All right. So those of you who were with us at our last lovely, beautiful pop up when all of the chaos hit, when the ramifications of Chadwick's inherent disdain of violence came home to roost. Before we dive in completely, are there any questions, suggestions, hypotheses, or corners we need to round up?
Yeah. Are we allowed to have fun?
No, everyone but you.
Okay. All right.
You should have permissions to start stages now. Nobody.
Hoorah. Would you...
I've already started it. You're good.
Excellent. Thank you so very much.
Because you see the little shield in the top right corner? It gives you moderator permissions for stages.
All right. Sounds like a plan.
So when you guys exit, if you are listening as a speaker, click exit quietly.
Well then.
Did someone do that on purpose?
Sorry. Click exit quietly. Don't exit and close the stage. That's my fault. So I actually clicked exit quietly.
Yeah, I can tell.
All right. Well, exited quietly. Like a ghost the night Akiaga was gone. True to her skill and rumors of her expertise.
Was she ever really here?
I don't know.
All right.
Was I?
So,
Someone's going to use her.
Oh, that sounds sexual.
Nah.
Of course not.
no.
Nothing.
The sexuality is free. The violence you have to pay for.
Joke's on you. I'm not recording Tyler's scene claim. It's all his fault.
Oh, that's quite all right. Tyler doesn't need scene claims. Tyler is the griot of the board. He's moving into becoming the ghost that whispers and starts the catalyst of things, like Mason's slow, mindless seduction of Hassan.
Ah, yes, my seduction. You mean violent attrition of his castle walls?
Well, potato, tomato, same difference. So, any questions? Any curiosities as to where last pop-up left us? All right.
Can you give me a quick recap, because I wasn't in the last pop-up.
Same here.
A quick recap. No, we don't do that here. In the last recap, those of you not immediately next to Chadwick watched as he slaughtered a drug dealer. And not just any ordinary drug dealer. No, nothing so plebeian as that. The drug dealer that he slaughtered mindlessly with a viciously sharp katana was Buggy. He's a well-known person as far as Boise PD is, because he has been accused, indicted, and arrested several times before, but never found guilty and never actually fully prosecuted for what was discovered at the scene. It is clear that Buggy had and has several influential backers who are supporting his less than above board trade. In the slaughtering of Buggy, Chadwick managed to receive immediate reprisal from Tyler, who shattered his face. To say it any other way, to understand it as any other way, discounts just how grievously wounded Chadwick was from Tyler's action. Tyler also, in the midst of shattering Chadwick's ability to breathe, nearly scared Faith to death. Unfortunately, Connor stopped him before the matter was settled, and Faith and her immediate superior, Stephen, were able to give a police report on scene. It was just an initial one, just describing things in their generalities, but that was followed up on by a Detective DeHolmes of Boise PD. In the following up on that initial post report, that initial witness report, Chadwick managed to, unfortunately, grievously wound and potentially kill Detective DeHolmes at the hospital at St. Luke's in front of several cameras, several witnesses. Tyler and Aaron, during the last pop-up, cycled and ciphered through Buggy's pockets, finding his larder of drugs. His drugs seemed to be just a simple, high-powered, unstepped-on bit of heroin. But both the kindred knew that there had to be something more, because unstepped-on heroin is almost the equivalent of dealing in gold bricks. You set your price, and that price is always high. Based on the amount of funds that Buggy had, there was no way that it could be as pure or as clean as it seemed, to which they deposited the drugs with Mason.
Yeah, boy.
Hatsumomo, having been on scene, and by dint of closeness to Faith and Stephen and Aaron and Tyler and Chadwick, was forced to give a police report, a witness statement. And while she was smart enough to cover her tracks and keep her status as a member of the undead to herself, about herself, unfortunately there is always follow-up. The other shoe will drop, because unbeknownst to everyone on scene, Momo arrived on scene due to witnessing a premonition of this very same event, starting a catastrophic zombie horde arising in Boise. That horde used as tool to foster the attempt at seeking control from the Duncern, from the bankers, from the group of nebulous individuals who have been interacting and acting against every sect of the city, spurring things on here, buying things off there, because while they are one of the smallest internal sects, one of the smallest groups in the city, they are unfortunately considerably older in thought. Back to the days when there was no shame in profiting from war. Because after all, war made kingdoms. War provided value. It increased the national bank of several countries. It changed regimes, built empires. It felled political rivals. It was a windfall for everyone who was smart enough to profit from it. And they have always been smart enough to profit from war. Faith, having given her initial witness statement and following up with Detective DeHolmes, well, that is a mess all in of itself. While Angel, having skulked the city to and fro, ranging like some lost kitten the size of a saber-toothed tiger, having felled Buggy, having experienced what the loss means internally, while they'll never let on or keep everything as superficial as possible, the truth of the matter is they killed a human. Not a kindred, not a ghoul, not someone's random scabies loaded rat. They killed a living, breathing person who had the opportunity and potential to, at any point in the future, change who and what they were for the better, bettering their community, their families, and anyone else that may come into contact with them. By cutting them down, all of that potential was taken from them and the world around them. So with several thoughts as to what has transpired over the course of the week, we'll begin in our typical way, either alphabetical or anti-alphabetical. And in this week's episode, in this pop-up, we will begin anti-alphabetical, in reverse alphabetical order. So first up to bat, having had your conversation with Mason, having deposited the wealth, just the sheer value of it on the street is enough to change someone's life. And with everything bubbling and gurgling to the surface through everyone else, Marty, Chadwick, your new status as fiance, your new status as Reeve, the very real idea that there is a larger game afoot, playing one against the other. All right, we are playing musical chairs.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why I'm getting moved. I'm not even touching my screen, so.
That is interesting.
Ian is like, you're out.
Well, until Discord kicks you back to the audience, with all of those things percolating on Tyler's head, where would he alight to after leaving Mason?
Tyler's a bit tipsy right now, actually, since he's been partaking in the leftover of what he still had of Sylvia's Tildon Alchemy whiskey with Mason. So he decided to walk to his heaven, because even a monster like him does not drink and drive. So he'd be walking across the park, the Marianne William Park, on his way to his heaven, most likely.
So his haven is not far from Marion William Park?
It's pretty close to it, actually. Yep.
That is very good to know. Because
Actually, there isn't a channel for it, but I did do my homework, and I can actually give you the address even if you want.
Oh, we won't have to get that specific.
Yeah.
Here's what we need from Tyler to begin as he leaves Mason's, as he leaves Wolf's Bay and cuts through Marion Williams Park. Would you be so kind as to roll your wits plus awareness -2?
Out of curiosity, is the -2 because he's drunk, or is it?
It's because he was very drunk and has not had the opportunity to do so in several years.
30 years, yeah.
It's one thing to be a weekly or daily lush. You build up a tolerance. But taking time off?
No, that's exactly what I figured, yeah. He might have been a heavy drinker when he was alive, but doesn't matter if you haven't drank anything in 30 years. Okay, so wits plus awareness -2. That's not going to be a very impressive dice pool.
Oh, having a chance is the impressive part. There are people in the world.
Oh, yep. I'm going to tag you.
That's absolutely fantastic, because there are people in the world, no matter which city you live in, no matter which time period you lived in, who make it their business to be in the wrong place at the right time. It is their business. It is their profit margin. It is their avocation. It is the reason why they are able to continue existing, preying on those who find themselves in dire straits by, excuse the poetry, but profiting on the pain of others. And with the crackdown of the police, with the increased presence, it makes every potential moment of someone traipsing through the dark of the most important for them, because they never know when the next moment may come. The police are literally always no more than 3 blocks away. The darker areas of the city, out barring the west side itself, are patrolled so heavily that even doing so much as picking a pocket is guaranteed to be seen by someone, and usually the police. So as Marion Williams Park becomes the scene of their most recent attempt at robbery, Tyler, slipping along the park, his usual air of skulkiness about him, though less so as he wavers a little. The ground moves. We all saw it happen. It rose up a little bit, causing him to lightly stumble. Then he falls back to his careful manner of movement, but not soon enough. That one small scuffle that wouldn't have been noticed any other time by any other person causes 3 shadows of darkness to rise up. They were there just off the edge of the path to begin with. Tyler spotted them and saw them, but kind of ignored them without realizing he had. He ruled them as no threat at all, because after all, they're just 2 guys clearly engaging in a public display of affection. But no, they're not 2 guys. The 2 that immediately rise are the sort that you know you would see behind the bars of any state penitentiary anywhere in the world. Their friends, however, are considerably more skilled, and Tyler only picks them up in their movement as they break the sight line from the tree behind him. It has been a very long time since Tyler has been at any risk of anything that anyone has ever offered him. He is a dangerous man, has always been so in life and even more so in death. But in this moment, there's a real question of thought. Perhaps that last sip was not worth it at all.
All right, so I'm surrounded, if I understand correctly.
Yes, and it would have been a perfect ambush, but Tyler was far more wary than he could be easily believed to be. He keeps an eye on the shadows. He's a dangerous man, so he naturally knows when there's prey nearby. He didn't realize that in this particular situation, on this particular night, he was the prey.
And they look like thugs and ruffians, essentially.
If they level up, they might make it to a thug one day, but right now they're just harmless, mindless, violent criminals seeking to divest you of everything of value. And if the only thing you have of value is your life, you are quite sure that they will take that in trade as well.
Well, being Mug is an interesting experience. All right, well, once Tyler realized what's happening, that he's surrounded, he just looks at them, and obviously he's wearing his scarf, hat, and glasses disguise, since he doesn't have the mask up right now. And, basically calls out to them, because maybe just knowing they've been seen will make them realize this is not a good idea. After all, a lot of criminals are cowards, and if the victim is not running or not afraid, it might just be enough. So he calls out and asks them, anything I can do for you, boys? Holding his sword cane in his hand. He hasn't drawn it yet, though.
Anything you can do for us? Yes. Yes, you can. Pip, pip, and cheerio, little boy. Just give me your damn wallet. Don't be an idiot. To be so kind as to go ahead and roll your manipulation and intimidation. Because I know that's what you were aiming towards. But the truth of the matter is, these are people who are accustomed to things a little rougher, a little less subtle, a little more lowbrow.
Oh, wow. Drinky loves me today. 4.
There's a moment in every physical altercation. There's a moment in every engagement, one to the next. No matter who's outnumbered, no matter who's outgunned, where the heart of the opposing force falters. It skips a beat. It slows down. Sometimes it completely and totally freezes up. It's not often that Tyler has the opportunity to witness all of those things happening in bas relief across several different faces. Unfortunately, there are always those few, those brave, mindless dumbasses who can't take enough as enough. Those who push their luck, those who bet against the house, those who always bet on 00. Because risk big, win big. And the jackass, the sarcastic one, the one who is clearly something of a lieutenant, if not the de facto leader, jumps the gun. Now, 5 against 1, the odds are definitely in their favor. However, 1 against 1, without any significant weaponry, is a fool's bet. It's the sort of long odds that only the most degenerate gamblers would attempt. And it's clear that he is all that and more so, lacking the basic intelligence to know when he's outnumbered, outgunned. And Tyler does outnumber him in strength, years of age, dedication, and skill. And Tyler does outgun him. But Tyler is also inebriated. And so the
That
punch,
is true.
and so the punch flies. aimed to reach the back of Tyler's skull through his teeth. What is he attempting to do?
All right, so basically the biggest, baddest one of them has enough gut to attack me. All right.
Yes, he's 5'6", 143 pounds. His hair reaches his shoulder, and his 5 o'clock shadow clearly is about 3 days behind schedule.
All right. Well, Tyler will try and use his. He's not going to get the blade out. There's enough trouble going on here without somebody finding somebody who's been skewered with a sword in a park. But he is going to hit him with a cane, essentially.
Nothing like a nice wrap across the side of the head to knock sense into most people.
Yep.
So that being
Also
the case,
figure that if the leaders goes down, the other ones are going to run it anyway. That's usually how it goes.
that being the case, strength plus melee -2.
I'm going to turn prowess on. So that's if I hit, it's going to hurt. Oh, and Dreaky keeps loving me. And I will also surge strength. Damn thing's in love with me.
He enjoys your presence.
I mean, I'm not gonna complain. I have a love-hate
Don't
relationship with them
jinx
things.
it. Don't jinx it.
So, as the leader of this bunch of rapscallions blows into motion, his fist moving at the lightning fast pace of a snail moving uphill, Tyler easily evades with a rap of his cane across the man's skull. Unfortunately, when is discounted, what is Tyler's strength?
3.
5. Stamina.
And she has prowess, so that gives them +4.
Oh.
Might have gone overboard here, but I'm drunk.
Damn.
There are some things that you can't do. Some things you can't undo. Some things they're just fated to be. And it's fated that this man was destined to live out the remainder of his days as a vegetable in some nursing center. That fate, well, having planned to be there in the next 10, 15, maybe 20 years, arrives significantly early. It arrives on the point of Tyler's cane as it makes connection with his skull. Even as it taps the man's head, Tyler knows something is amiss. The splatter and spray includes bits of chunk that should not happen with blood. They're a little pinkish, somewhat gray. It's clear that they've been damaged by a life of substances. But Tyler knows that fatty, pulpy stench. That Tyler knows, even inebriated, that's a bit of gray matter.
Damn it.
And as the man falls, the fact that his eyes are completely white, the sclera of his eye a bloody dark color, nothing's leaking, but the damage was so massive that vessels burst, vessels hemorrhaged, and it is clear that even if, the if being big, he heals with no significant damage immediately, the only thing available for him would be to drink the rest of his meals, the rest of his life, to be bathed by underpaid CNAs, to stare at walls and TVs with staticky volume for the remainder of however long they can milk the system and get paid for having him on their premises. his friends, being the right upstanding sort of people you would expect in the park this late at night, beat feet. And even inebriated, there's a bit of a shame to it as far as Tyler's concerned. There's no honor amongst thieves. There's no true loyalty anymore. These children. And sad though it is, Tyler knows that if he does not execute calling the authorities, this man's chances of even having that much life left are fleeting by the moment.
God fucking damn it. All right. I suppose I can call 911, give them a anonymous tip, and leave, because I definitely don't want to be on the premise when they get here. This is a park. I do a quick look around. Is there any cameras? Like, was this witness?
There is very little chance that this was witnessed. It is a park, and while Marianne Williams Park does have a few blue light cameras, you're not currently near any of them.
Yeah, this is actually a park that Tyler would know pretty well, too. Because it's near to his heaven, and that's where him and Aaron met the first time. So it has importance to him. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna give. He's not too happy about it. Obviously, he's drunk. He knows. He, didn't pull back his punch hard enough. Probably did not need to do prowess. But he really wanted the guy to go down so that the other would run.
And run they did. Run.
Yeah, well, at least that's that. But so much for not leaving a body behind,
So as your phone rings, 911, what's your emergency?
Somebody got hurt at Morgan William Park.
Are they breathing?
For now.
Were you able to witness the attack?
I did not see the attack. I then try and give a rough description of where we are in the park. Like there has to be some landscape close to it, like a gazebo or something.
Police and EMTs are on their way now. Would it be so kind as to stay with the body, with the person?
Sure, Eli's.
And please stay on the line. How are they breathing? Are there strange breathing sounds? Is there constriction of chest? Are they on their back, on their face?
I answered the question, whether back or face, and the breathing.
Okay. And what color of clothing are you wearing so that when the police arrive, they'll know where you are?
I hang up.
Now, when you hang up, do you immediately start moving away or do you wait? You make sure that no curious animal, nothing skittering comes near. Do you stay in the area or do you head home and close the windows, pull the blinds?
Since nobody's looking at me, I will actually go unseen. So that's another rouse check.
Rouse away.
Damn! I know Aaron told me not to jinx it, but
Yeah, no, that is be impressive. Damn.
The odds are ever in your favor currently.
So I go unseen, and while Tyler leaves, because at this point he figures just staying around, just asking for trouble.
All right, so does he head directly to his haven? Does he?
That's his plan, yes.
All right, excellent. So as he heads on his way, just as he's nearing his haven, he has his key in the door. He's mounted the stairs. There's no one near at hand. His phone chirps and rings. It vibrates to life incessantly. It is demanding. It is an annoyance that won't go away. Looking at the screen without swiping it open, it is emergency call.
Yeah, they do that. They call back, don't they?
And
We're hang up on them.
And as Tyler looks at his phone, Momo, Manfreda is a pain in the ass. You've instructed her that the mummy is your part of your private collection. And while you give credit where credit is due, because she folds her hands behind her back, holding her purse with her elbow, she leans right down into the mummy's face, breathing on him with her middle management bureaucratic breath. She draws closer, and if you would be sometimes roll your wits plus insight as she's standing eye to eye with the mummy. She's looking deeply into his empty open sockets.
Well, she did give him prior instructions not to move. But you said wits of insight?
Yes. Oh dear fucking God. What you assume was merely a tan, what you assume was perhaps an ancestry of indiscriminate color. The recognition on her face when you spoke your mild prayer to the mummy, when you gave instructions, was unmistakable. You spoke a language not practiced in common speech for hundreds of years outside of a certain very small group of individuals, a very small genetic line. And while Manfreda is skilled, clearly so, in hiding who and what she is, that bit of recognition is telling.
Quite impressive. You understood?
What? I'm sorry? Understood? No, it's just really curious. I loved going to the Field Museum and looking at the mummies. The sample of the tablets and scrolls they had, and how the basement where they kept them smelled like spices. It smelled like Christmas. Similar spices, except for they were used on people instead of turkey and cranberry.
Yes, myrrh and frankincense. But the look in your eyes would suggest otherwise.
She stands up, frowning, and instinctually reaching into her purse, and her smile bright enough that you know that it is mostly genuine. But being wary as Momo has become in these last 6.5 seconds, she's not sure how genuine any of what Manfreda has presented is. The documents are factual and clearly true, and clearly the department exists.
But I am quite curious. Why would someone in city planning would know such a dead language?
It sounds like a bastardized Latin and Greek. I was hoping that I'd be able to pick up a word or two. But no, what language was that, by the way? Your prayer.
I speak so many languages, I might need a moment to remember. I believe it was Arabic.
Oh, I didn't know it sounded so romantic. It was almost as if you were, instead of just praying, as if you were talking to someone, as if you were asking someone's understanding.
Of course.
I've always loved French and the Romance languages for that. They sound so, and I know this is silly, but they sound so romantic. They naturally make you want to listen to the speaker. They make you want to, I don't know. It's been a long night. I probably should leave you to it. I don't need to see your sub basement. If anyone asks me, I'll be able to say that you have managed to toe the line as far as the city code. You have nothing here that may prove to be a nuisance, save your books. Save your many books. While, most people believe that book mites aren't a problem, people believe that some people don't even believe they exist. But the truth of the matter is, I know they do. There's a lot about the dark and the creepy crawling things in our world that I know. And book mites are a problem.
Yes, they are. And that's why I take diligent care of my books to ensure their posterity.
And I'm sorry, and don't take this as me overstepping my bounds, but there's only so much you can do about books, especially old books. You keep them open to the air. That definitely makes it an inhospitable environment for book mice. And she points to your clearly sealed book, the book that is supposedly a first-hand accounting of certain things. For instance, that book there, and she moves across to it. As old as this looks, I'm guaranteeing you have at least half a colony or more inside. And between that and the rotting corpse in the center of your space, it's... And remember, I'm only going to answer any questions asked of me, but if someone is specific enough to ask about your displaying a corpse outside of a museum, or you having a clearly ancient apocryphal text of some sort, I will have to speak honestly about it.
But as I said, this is my private collection. It is closed off to the public.
Oh no, I believe you 100%. And again, don't take this as anything more than good advice. As a friend, I really like what I've seen outside of your young, homeless, clearly prostitutional clients. I haven't seen anything that violates city code or any ordinances. I haven't seen anything that makes you obviously a nuisance to your neighbors, either private or professional. But if anyone asks specifically what I've seen, I have to admit that your clientele engages in clearly suspect behavior. The two of them hand in hand, all but making out right there in front of the windows. What if someone's family was walking by? And your corpse on display. I'm sure you have all the proper paperwork, and I haven't bothered. Again, I'm not an inspector, I'm not an investigator. I haven't looked into it. I'm just following up on the nuisance complaints that we have. And then you have this thing, whatever recipe book this is. And it's not sealed in glass. It's easily accessible to anyone who comes down here. It's a lot of questionable things if asked specifically. But because I can honestly say that I have not seen anything that violates city ordinance or city code, that should help shut down quite a few of those complaints. Quite a few of those nuisance. But the sheer amount of them, the best I can suggest, the best that I could legally refer when asked, is at most to send an inspector to verify the stability of building code, city ordinance, and state governance. That should shut down quite a few of the nuisance complaints, as there's no legal standing for anything else.
Well, why would I put my books in glass when I read them? Constantly. And for the mummy, he's over 8,000 years old. When he was found in a tomb. He was not behind glass. Why should I put him in glass here? My library is sealed once that door is closed. I assure you, everything is up to code.
Oh no, I believe you completely. I honestly do. I'm just letting you know that based on the sheer amount of complaints, there will be follow-up. I can only speak to what I've actually seen, which will help mitigate most of them. But if someone is determined, as you know people can be, it's easy to force the hand of either the police or the actual Department of Building Inspection for public safety, sanitation, and security. There are certain things that would make their investigations all but moot. Having a sealed environment for bug mites and whatever that desiccated corpse might be would help.
So your suggestion is to?
I'd make the environment look more like a museum. Make it less accessible to anyone who may have happened down here, including you, so that when whatever forces are aligned against you, whoever you pissed off and their friends who are attempting to make sure you are investigated, that you are poked, prodded, and annoyed until you have to go out of business, have less ammunition. But, you can keep company with whoever you like. You can operate however you like. But you've pissed off someone, and they clearly have friends, and their friends clearly have friends, and they're clearly of such sufficient local strength that they are making and going to continue making your time difficult. I would never say this, and if you repeat what I'm telling you on record, I will deny it. The easiest way to get people off your back anywhere, and especially here in the City of Trees, is just to pay them off. Find out who's pushing and grease the wheels so they stop coming at you. As it stands right now, by the sheer number of complaints, you should already be in court. Someone is clearly attempting to help you. I don't know who they are or where they're located, but the number of complaints that popped up on this business over the last week alone is enough to shut down most other businesses. Someone is covering you as much as they possibly can.
Well, I must send that person my thanks. And my thanks to you as well for your suggestion that I will perform promptly. Is there anything else that you would require?
I don't believe so, but and this is me getting a little personal, and forgive me so very much. How is it that you don't have the pastor's daughter working for you? That's enough political clout right there to smooth away most of your problems. Her father is a very powerful man. I'm not sure about the prostitute that was associating with her, but her father could make things happen. He's one of the reasons why the police are receiving as much help as they have been. The gang fight at the stadium, him and his clergy have been up in arms about it this whole week. There's a lot of attention that he's bringing to the matter. A lot of eyes he's focusing on our children without leadership, without guidance, falling to the evils of the street. Reenacting what they see on TV and what they've seen in movies and what they read in books. And I'm not a religious person, at least not Christian religion, but he makes a lot of sense. Someone needs to step in and rein in these people. But I'll get out your hair now. You have a lovely evening. Here's my card. Feel free to call me if you have any questions about what happens next. Your case needs to be decided whether it's founded or unfounded, and then you're going to get a court date from there to dismiss the claims or pass down the verdict of indicted, which means that they'll move forward, and there will be a lot of other steps after that. But what we want to do as best as possible is to keep these claims from being founded. So I'll leave you with that, and I'll get out your hair, and yeah, you have a lovely evening, Miss Akutagawa.
gives her a full bow. As to you, are you sure you must leave? I could make some tea if you wish.
Oh no, I definitely need to leave. I have already spoken too far out of turn. I embarrassed myself enough already, but it's late and I have a bottle of wine calling me. I'll be available in the office anytime after 6 a.m. So feel free to give a call.
I will do that and enjoy your wine.
Oh, I will. It's been a positively illuminating evening.
And it has been an absolute delight in hosting you.
As she leaves, there's nothing that she said that was threatening. There was nothing that she provided that hinted at any direct threat from her. However, having been alive as long as Momo has, having dealt with bureaucracies as long as she has, the idea that there are wheels moving and that she's in the path of them causes her already dead blood to run colder. And speaking of cold, Mason, Tyler left long enough ago for you to properly settle into your evening. There's a lot of things that hang in the balance, from the fact that Chadwick is below you now to the fact that the information shared with Tyler lets you know, just from a business standpoint, there are forces aligning to change the market. And that's what you best can approximate what's going on between the sects, what's going on within the sect, and the push from various concerned citizens to make things far, far worse.
Understood. Let's see. As it stands right now in the situation that Mason is in, there's not many things he can call upon. But he has an entire bag full of some probably altered drugs and a will to figure it out. Who better to contact than an individual that has been studying the supernatural far longer than he? I assume I still have Jeremiah's number.
Yes, it hasn't changed. You have a backdoor access to that network of individuals.
Wait, physical or through digital means?
Digital.
Alright.
Get your mind out the gutter.
I was about to say. Alright. Then pulling out my laptop and opening up what necessary applications I must, I'll begin searching for any information that I can on this substance and polling for input. Unless I have the capacity to simply go to Jeremiah's area now and their laboratory deep underground.
It's always polite to ring up a person before showing up at their house. However, Mason's not that sort, especially being as lightly, completely sloshed as he is. For him, it has not been nearly as long since he was sloshed, but the last time that he was as snookered as this, he was drained.
Yep.
He was put on death's doorstep. He was violated and left for others to care for. And as tough as anyone is, as much mental fortitude as he naturally has by daring the dark to do more than exist, there is no small amount of traumatic memories connected with being inebriated. Since his death, he has not had the opportunity to ever be inebriated. And never since his attack had he gotten as inebriated as he is right now. The subtle grip of fear causing his heart to pump. It's not problematic, it's simply annoying. Weakness is annoying. And there's no way that he feels the touch of fear as anything but a small bit of weakness. It's always spurred him on to dare to dance right out onto the very edge of the razor. But now, having been accosted since by being mistaken as human, being inebriated in public, there's a lot there to unpack.
Yeah. It's definitely a strange dichotomy of what I used to be, or what I used to view as a crutch is now bringing up trauma for me. I don't suppose that there is a method upon which that I would be able to, within my own abode, approach this chemical then.
Well, not much outside of this concoction from Sylvia has had an effect since your death. There's a good chance that there won't be anything to this powdered substance, save that it is extraordinarily stepped on and somehow refortified. It's heroin. The touch of it, the feel of it. And as much as he doesn't want to admit it, the scent of it, every time he cracks the bag just a little bit, it smells like heroin. It looks like very good heroin. It, to the finger, feels like heroin. The good stuff. This is the stuff that you'd find all along the coasts near the Turks and Caicos. This is the stuff that movie stars use to impress their friends. This is the stuff that armies have fought for. This is the high life. This is the stuff. And yet, it worries Tyler and Aaron. But for everything he can see, there's nothing here but actual heroin.
I'm gonna call Chadwick to my office.
Hey, Chadwick, want some smack?
Oh boy, poor Chadwick.
What?
Hi, Chadwick. Come on down when you're available. I have something that I need your help with.
Alright, I'll come on up. Will just escort me up from the door?
Of course, you have access. But here's the thing. Chadwick John is a brave-ish sort of person. And by brave-ish, he's never had to really do much except for dare those things that didn't exist. Now he is such a thing that doesn't exist. And now he is a haunted man. More so than he ever was while breathing. More so during any of the previous years of his death. And so there's a tension in the air every time he's near Mason. Mason is saving him, yes, but you don't want to ask too much of the person that's helping you. You don't want to overburden him. You don't want to be viewed as the house guest that never leaves and never has the opportunity to leave. It's socially imbalanced. And there's a lot of other things on Chadwick's mind. The cop that he killed, those that he doesn't remember harming, the drug dealer dying in front of him. There's a lot of stress there. And then there's the quiet voice hidden in his subconscious that crosses over every time he closes his eyes. The little ghost girl, Emma, how her voice sounded, the help that she needs. And him here in this prison of stone and dirt because he was at the wrong place at the wrong time and because he pulled the trigger to save his life. And her voice there urging him forward, asking for help. Every single solitary time he closes his eyes. Every time he pretends to be alive and remembers to blink. Every time he looks away or focuses on anything except for what's directly in front of him, he can hear her voice. He can all but feel her small hand in his when he's alone. And unfortunately, because of the putrefaction of his flesh, even Mason's men keep a small distance. No one's pointed it out. No one's made a big show of it. But it's clear by the 2.5 paces removed they are when he's around. The across the room that they'll usually talk to him from to make sure that he's well fed and taken care of. And it's one of those, instead of walking you over and touching someone's shoulder and asking them, are they all right? From 14 yards away. Are you all right, man? You good? And that carries its own weight. So entering into Mason's space, because everything is his office technically. You've seen him do business in the hallway. The powder sitting before him. What is Chadwick's experience with drugs? What's his streetwise?
I got streetwise of 1.
Oh, good goddamn, this boy doing coke. You thought those things didn't happen or work with Kindred? But just like every rich person that you've ever known, he clearly has a drug problem. There is enough coke in that plastic bag in front of him to kill Scarface 17 times.
Mason, before you ask, I haven't touched coke since the 2000s.
Good. It'll be a new experience for you once again, then. Small experiment. I've been told this is more than meets the eye.
Shouldn't cocaine be whiter?
Yes, it's not cocaine.
Oh.
No. Let's just go under the guise that it's a new pharmaceutical project. Please, have a seat. And we will watch how this goes.
Chadwick inhales in sighs and sits down.
I'm going to call my men up here to kind of guard in case of excited delirium. And I'll get about a half a teaspoon's worth and hand it over to Chadwick.
With your streetwise of 1, you've seen enough movies to know that there's something you should do with it. Now, in the movies, the cops always take a little bit and rub it around their teeth or over their
Do you have
tongue.
a syringe and a lighter? This is heroin, right? Right, Mason?
Well, maybe. Maybe something more. As I said, we're here to find out. Come on. You're already dead. The worst it can do is literally nothing.
I first take I wet my pinky and pick up some of the heroin and taste it.
Oh, dear God. All right, so several things happen at once, as they tend to do when the tension needs abating.
At least I didn't munch on the spoon.
One of those things that happens for Chadwick, like he said, he hasn't done drugs because they haven't been effective. Not that he hasn't tried occasionally, because once you need a good hit to calm down, you need a good hit to calm down. Your crutches and tools you use for mental solace don't go away simply because you die. Their efficacy does. And he hasn't found a way to properly get that sticky of the ickiest into his system just yet. Not that he hasn't tried. Not that he hasn't been desperate enough to, on occasion, because of the overwhelming social pressure of being dead and smelling it, he has tried coke. It's been completely and totally unworthy. It's been the worst moments of his life because, unlike most civilized average persons of the world, there is no social stigma for being an ass as a drug dealer. You are already outside of the bounds of reasonable expectations of behaviors. So not only were the hit of coke not worth it, having exerted enough effort to deal with actual drug dealers to get it meant that Chadwick had to experience the ridicule of the childish. They made fun of his scent. They made fun of his size. They accepted his money while laughing at the fact that I don't want no dirty crumpled bills, man. What'd you do to get this? And so forth and so on. And then finally obtaining his drug of choice. For it to have no effect was the most infuriating, selfishly castigating moment of his existence at that point. Because he had not committed murder at that point. He had not run from the police at that point. He had never been in enough trouble to ever need the direct attention of any law enforcement officer, including his drug use. But knowing that it won't do anything, heroin, coke, crack, meth, none of it, he's dead. He rubs it along his teeth. He takes a taste of it. And the moment it hits his tongues, he is alive. His heart starts to race. His eyes dance with light. The vessels behind them constrict. It is baby's first energy drink, and he feels invigorated. Not the coke invigorated, but the invigorated that he could jog down the expressway for the next 3 hours and be fine. It's the invigorated that he knows is going to crash very, very, very soon. And he's looking forward to getting that heroin nod because this is the best that he's felt in so long. The pressures of his death don't really apply in the moment. And the moment he starts to embrace that feeling, because he's only sampled such a small amount, the crash starts to settle in. His limbs feel heavy, and he can feel the oozing death that is his skin returning to its completely dead state.
So, how did it feel?
It is very intense. I gotta tell you, I used to do some coke in the 90s and, well, more like the 2000s, but I stopped in like 08. This stuff is pretty fucking holy shit. I need a moment.
It actually affected you? That's strange. I didn't expect that. Okay. Next step is obviously increase the dosage.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna OD him.
Huh?
Oh wow, a vampire overdose. How does that even work?
Chadwick opens his mouth and he's getting ready to shovel the heroin into his mouth.
Don't worry, that little taste, it lasted, 15 minutes? The worst that could possibly happen is we'll just stick you in one of the cells. Actually, we should go down there now. Let's go to the cells now before we try it.
Farther away from the mouth as he's kind of like rethinking it.
No, come on, don't worry about it. Yeah, follow me. We're gonna go into one of the cells real quick, okay? It'll be nice and fine, and you won't remember a thing, maybe. Just, and we'll move.
He wraps his mouth around the end of the spoon.
Oh.
Okay.
Let's get moving.
Okay, so let me just make sure I have this correct. As you are walking with Mason, or before you begin walking with Mason, you
Take the dose?
Yes.
okay? Well, would you be so kind as to roll your resolve plus willpower, and your target number is 5.
Resolve plus willpower. Ooh. Oof, I don't think I can willpower this, can I?
No, you can't, unfortunately. There's high, and there's where Chadwick is. He is literally so far gone that he'd have to come down to fuck giraffe pussy. He is so high, everything is small, including him. He sees his body, he sees Mason. He has the opportunity to see all of Boise twinkling below him. That's how high he is. And while he thinks he's on a trip, and while he thinks that this is just another hallucinatory moment, having given into the drug-fueled haze, this is something else. There is a sliver of snot, a silvery sliver of snot trailing from somewhere in his back. He'd guess somewhere just above his hip, above his pelvis area, but he really can't tell. And it's emanating from him, dripping down hundreds of miles towards what he knows is Wolf's Bane Pharmaceutical. This silvery, sickly, snot-like thread is taut enough that he can feel the pressure of it. And when he thinks about it, it becomes clearer to his vision, but no less disgusting.
Astral projecting. Is this astral projecting?
And
this is what Chadwick's asking out loud because he's really fucked up.
yeah,
Welcome to the 70s.
and while Chadwick is experiencing the world with several different technicolor varieties of reality, in the moment, Chadwick, would you do me a favor? I need you to roll for an NPC in this moment. Would you roll your strength plus brawl plus 2?
Oh, yay.
Hunger as well.
No.
Is it +2?
Yes.
Yeah.
He successes.
So, as you stand with Chadwick to move toward the cell, it happens in slow motion, as all witnesses to a crime say things are moving too quickly. It's a survival trait that most humans haven't forgotten. When things get hairy, it's very important for you to pay attention so things move slow. When you see things slower, so you can focus in on certain aspects. The saber-tooth's huge size, its teeth, whereas his claws are moving. And while the world doesn't actually slow down, and while the world doesn't actually speed up, it is the mind's attempt to pull some rationalization from the moment that you're in, so that if you get to this moment again, you will be better prepared to deal with it. So as Mason watches in slow motion, as Chadwick launches like a cannon towards his guards, barreling through them, because undead flesh doesn't quite yield the way humans do. They respond to the force, and while they're trained, their initial thought was, as he leaped forward, to protect you. They take the blow, are pushed aside, and roll to put their bodies between Chadwick and you as he takes off down the halls. Now, while it's true he can't get out, for a moment there, you're not entirely sure what that is, and you know subconsciously, that's not Chadwick. He's moving too sure. He's not afraid of social pressure. This person, this being, is moving with the surety of a monster. This being is moving with the surety of a predator unleashed. This being is moving with all due determination towards escape.
Okay. My first response would be to set the building into lockdown. Well, this is why I said wait to get into the cell. I'll turn to the men that are probably picking themselves up off the ground, if not laying there.
How did it take time to hit?
Pardon?
Oh, out of character. I thought it would take time to hit.
As my men are either getting up or kind of going, I'll
Oh no, they got up. The hit wasn't significantly of any real damage. It's velocity and impact, and they are armored. It was more they rolled with the hit, so they ended up behind Chadwick purposefully, putting their bodies between him and you. You are always the principal in whatever room you're in.
Okay. So, yeah. Go to a keypad on the wall, type it in, set the building to lockdown. I'll look to them. You can use lethal force, but if he falls over and stops moving, you stop shooting. After that point, I can't make sure he comes back. Good hunting. And I'm gonna take off towards my little haven room, waiting for a confirmation of capture.
Time for me to go hide.
Yeah, boy.
Okay, I drug the vampire. Now I hide.
Responsibility, Mason.
Like,
Two different ends of the pole.
I can visualize it. Like Mason has the door for the cell open, and then Chadwick just pops a spoon in his mouth as he tries to walk through the threshold, and then just starts tripping the fuck out and sprints down the hall.
Yeah,
Glorious.
fucking beautiful. But yeah, there's not exactly much I could do against an absolutely batshit frenzied individual.
Oh no, he's not frenzied. It's so much worse. But on happy news, Faith, the lady that left Hakate's, is troubling. Because she keeps looking at you and Elizabeth and then back to Momo, and then she leaves. There's some thanks of agreement, and you could swear that even though you know Momo doesn't breathe, you know that what she is doesn't really change. There's like someone exhaling after the most trying of moments. Because despite everything else that Elizabeth was saying and the emotions, Manfreda was actually quite polite, considerate. You've seen bureaucrats before, and you know that they like to wield their power heavy-handedly as possible. But they didn't. Faith, did we lose you?
Yeah, she's still sitting there muted.
Oh, they got Faith.
Apparently. Oh no!
Quick, we're losing her.
Faith!
That's where Chadwick was running off to save Faith.
Yeah.
Does anyone here know CPR?
I mean, you gotta have faith, right?
I was just about to say that.
Oh no.
There you go. How we doing?
I'm struggling with paying attention, so I'm sorry. I don't 100% know what's happening. I know that Mason tried to drug Chadwick.
Yeah, there was no tried.
There was no tried.
No, there was not much effort exerted. Chadwick is, unfortunately for his well-being, a man of honor and upholds the full letter and spirit of his agreements. Unfortunately for him. Unfortunately for Faith, having dealt with bureaucrats before, when Momo makes a sigh of relief as Manfreda leaves, it is clear that superficial knowledge may not be exactly what it is. That there was clearly more afoot. And especially as Manfreda looked from her to Elizabeth and back to Momo several times along the tour. So Momo's against the glass door, moving back towards the counter. Faith and Elizabeth are still there behind the counter. What is going on through Faith's mind? Because there was surely a sense of recollection in Manfreda's eyes as she glanced towards Faith.
Faith is trying really hard to see if she can remember her from anywhere. Does she go to church? Have I seen her before?
Would you be so kind as to go ahead and roll your intelligence plus either occult or etiquette?
3 successes?
2 or 3? Sorry.
3.
Oh,
3 successes.
Lord. Now it's time for the secrets to come out. It's time for the secrets to come out. So many, many secrets. And so many truths. As Momo steps away from the door. And that sigh of relief. And Faith begins trying to recollect. Her curiosity not giving her moments of peace, because there's a question that she asks herself that she knows the answer to, but finding that particular mental file is not the easiest thing, especially with her having distanced herself in these last few years from the faithful. These last few years of distancing herself from the church. Her last few years of distancing herself from her father. But there's some things that die slow and painful, faith being one of them, and not faith, her name, but the belief in the unknowable truth that everything will eventually work out. The belief without any semblance of proof anywhere in the world to justify it. It dies hard. And one of the reasons why it dies hard is because the absence of a thing does not prove that the thing is absent. And what most people don't count on, and what most pagans throw in the modern Christian's faith, is that organized worship is a man-made justification. It's not spirituality. You used to hear that all the time. Oh, I'm spiritual. I'm not religious. And it made Faith's father laugh. Because the secret to all modern religions, all modern practices, is that they were at one or more point along the course of their history, cults. Each and every last purportedly organized form of worship was at one point or another a cult. What common Christians call evil and pernicious and all sorts of bad names and different connotations. But the truth of the matter is, you could not have a religion without a cult. And oftentimes you get cults from organized forms of worship. The pagans, Christians, Buddhists, any of the Abrahamic faith, any religion throughout the world began as a cult. And that's one of the reasons why your father never denigrates pagans. He never speaks out against any form of worship. He never crosses that boundary and militarizes or radicalizes a set path of worship. Which is one of the reasons why he has been as popular as he has, and why his faithful and why his parishioners have grown to such a large extent. Even amongst his parishioners, there are levels to this shit. There's strata. And one of the many levels, are a core group of unified clergy from differing faiths who work unilaterally to assist the parishioners of your father's church. Many of them counting on faith's paths of worship that no longer technically exist in any number to be counted as an actual religion, i.e., to faith understanding, they were still cults. The woman that left is an Osiran. The woman that left is not just an Osiran. She is one of the high priests of Boise. Her and her associates often visiting your father sundown Friday evening or sundown Thursday evening. They would sit with your father, hold conversations, often debate philosophically, but more times than not, it was on what they called their holy days, where the sun and the moon existed openly on the same day, where there was a balancing of things. And you remember her because, unlike the others, she didn't patronize. And it has been easily 10 years since you last saw her. She was younger looking, thinner, taller, based on where you were at that time. But you remember how she explained their faith. because it was so similar to the core tenets of Christianity. It was so similar to the risen Christ. It was so similar, except they didn't use Christ. They used. And that's why she stuck out. That's why the memory comes flowing back to her as Momo moves away from the door.
Ah!
So I'm thinking about Faith.
Yeah?
Please, child, share.
Wait, it's Hatsumomo up. Wait, sorry. Is Hatsumomo up by Faith now?
Yeah.
Oh, she's coming back from the door, but she heard you scream, ah!
And Manfred has left?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Fine, I just... Who did she say she was?
Oh, Siren.
I think I've met her before.
Oh, really? Where?
Oh, oh,
Would you care to follow me to my library? Excuse us, Elizabeth. They go downstairs. She's going to find a book. She's going to try to find a book. Can I do a research roll?
Can I help somehow?
Yes, of course. You can help her read. You can help her look for books.
What book are you looking for?
A book that will help Faith remember more about them.
I may have missed it. When? What did Faith say in regards to?
Oh, sorry. Never mind.
The only thing Faith said was she thought she had met her before. Or seen her before. Because that's what you said, right? She'd seen her like 10 years ago.
Yes.
Mm.
Does Faith explain what she means by that?
Does she think her father is going to be in trouble if she does? This is... She likes Hatsumomo a lot, but that's her dad.
That is a good. What would you think? Do you think that someone who may be connected with your father's business, his trade, his profession, would be any potential threat to Momo?
I mean, probably not, right? We don't do any cult stuff. Not really. At least not from Fate's perspective. So... yeah, I think she went to our church years ago, though. Like, many, many years ago. God, I must have been like 9 or 10 when I saw her. Mama?
Anything else you remember about her?
Does it matter? Who
Every
was she?
little-
What was she doing here? Why?
She was inspecting my building. Apparently, there are complaints against me of sheltering underage and prostitutes. She points to you and Elizabeth.
I
And-
am neither underage nor a prostitute.
I did explain that to her. But she was also informing me of who could possibly be applying this on me and the steps I can utilize to remedy. But one thing did strike me odd. When I spoke to Amid, it seemed that she understood what I said. Quite interesting, as I told her for a state. I do believe that she is more than she appears, although she claims otherwise. So every detail that you can remember would be most helpful.
I mean, she used to be part of like this group, I think. Like, my dad sometimes had like, intellectual discussion groups and things like that with other people from different like groups and things.
Do you know the name, darling,
Do I know the name?
of the group?
No, nobody do I know the name.
Yes. They were sirens.
Yeah, you just said it. Sirens, right?
And how much do you remember about them?
Not a lot. I can like. Last time I saw her, I was 9 or 10.
Interesting. Would you care to follow me? Would you care to follow me to my library?
I thought they were already downstairs.
Well, no, we kind of went back, so
Oh, okay, yeah, of course, sure.
yeah, they go downstairs. Now, I would like to do the research. And I've already aroused the blood, and I failed. So she is actually going to try to find a book on the outside, right? Damn it. Okay.
The first time it happened, you were not willing. The first time it happened, you were not prepared. The second time, you were less ignorant of the evils of men. The third time, you were far less amused by the rarity of it happening. The forced touching, the caresses, kisses, places that kisses should never unwillingly be forced. From that point on, each time it happened, each theft was less jarring. But you, in all this time, have not learned that it's not just men that deserve punishing. It's not just men that steal from you. And here you are, allowing something else to be stolen from you. The lack of knowledge is a theft of your kindness. There's definitely more beneath her skull, her sweet, sweet skull. Look at how the sweat crawls along her neck. Now she looks away from you. And how she so willingly allows herself to be close enough to inhale that sweet succulence. Young meat is the sweetest meat.
Well, as she looks through the book, is there anything else you recall about this faith?
I only remember that it was like a cultish gang thing, right?
Yes.
Well, I did
No.
my 5 successes on the research roll to avoid a messy critical.
There are some things that, by dint of knowing they exist, you are immediately imperiled. There's a chance you're going to misstep with the knowledge. There's a chance you may let it slip. Some things are just too dangerous to be aware of. For most of the world, one of those things are kindred. One of those things is in the room with you right now. One of those things, the monster of which is seeking escape from Momo. And there's not as if there are huge volumes or encyclopedias that are held alphabetical about various cults and darker organizations and various allotment orders of knights, and it's a murky thing at best when plowing into this deep sea of occult potential information. Unfortunately for Momo, and even more so for Faith, there's not much. Not much entirely at all. There's roughly 5 sentences. And they amount to, much like the imposter God, Jesus, our God is truly fallen into the land of the dead and risen. Our God is aware that such things as the Canaanites exist. Our God and his might through him provides us the power to smite such beings from existence. The Osiris Credo. And it is 42 after the hour. And let me take a quick few moments to settle some things on my end, and I'll be right back. So let's say 5.5 to 10 minutes. Did anybody else actually step away? Or was it just me?
Oh. No, we're right there. We're just listening to you.
Yeah, we were discussing whether or not, Potsy was a monster, and the answer is yes.
Excellent. We have another member to the club. Now, with that being the case, with Faith being absent, we'll say that they are absorbing the information that's presented. And from what you can extrapolate in the small entrance, which most would have overlooked easily, but knowing that you're looking for the Osirans, that summation of their prayer, that summation of their doctrine, is the single most scary thing the Hatu has found in the last easy 7 years. There's a religious order, non-Catholic, non-Christian, that seeks to rout out undead monsters. There's a secret human cult of people that worship the risen God that is not Jesus. There's a secret cult in Boise that has representatives that are plugged into or connected with one of the largest group of parishioners in all of Boise. They could have jobs as waiters, garbage men, city officials, bureaucrats of every strata, they could very well be the person that helps deliver the boxes of books obtained for public viewing. They could be the driver of the bus going by, watching every night as Momo has left and or entered into the cemetery across the street. They could be anyone.
Well, she's going to go upstairs, get her phone, and start telling people to be wary. Basically, everyone she knows, and who number she had, which would be Aaron, which would be Mason, which would be Chadwick.
Who would you call first?
Well, no, she's not calling him. She's just texting. But she texted Aaron first.
All right, we'll give you time to go ahead and compose that text as you send your text to Aaron. But you can paraphrase it here and now. Aaron, your phone goes off.
There's a religious group within the city. They could be anyone. Be on your guard. We'll explain more later when possible.
As your phone goes off, Aaron, do you immediately pick it up and take a quick look at it? Aaron, did we lose you?
She might be having technical issues.
Yes, we love Discord, and it punishes us for our love.
Yeah, she just disconnected.
Okay. Well, we will circle back around to Aaron in a moment. Your message, I'm taking it and went out to everyone that you're mentioning. So next on the list to traipse across our stage. Oh wait, Aaron's back. We don't have to move the scene just yet. Aaron, come back to us. Aaron, come back to us.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, there we go.
I don't know why I was talking and, I don't know why he wasn't listening. Anyway, Erin will see the text and she will go silently to herself, say, fuck, because to her, religious, non-affiliated cult looking for kindred is very bad news because she had very bad run-in, specifically in the 1800s with one. And they know who she is. So she's, depending on who they are and how they do their research, they might know her. So
yes, and it very much sounds like the Society of Leopold, a fringe group of the Universal Roman Catholic Church, the final
and
Roman
she was
Empire.
captured in France. She was captured in France by them on the 1800s. This is bad news for Aaron, depending on how well they did their research.
So, Aaron, looking at the text, taking a moment to center yourself and closing your eyes, to look inward and try to fight down the natural human response of fuck, and run.
Yeah.
As you open your eyes, you see the slick stone mason work of the basilica. Not the basilica in Rome, but a basilica. The French cathedral where you were held for 8 long nights. You try not to think of it, but the memory is so vivid. You feel the splash of water as the branding iron has been removed, and they make sure that the cross has been sealed into your flesh to mark you as one of the most pernicious of evils. Confess your sins Witch!
This was the first step of her biggest trauma, so yeah, she remembers that very vividly. Oh boy.
Their cruelty stands out because they are doing it for their faith. They are literally fighting for the continued existence of all mankind and believe themselves 100% in the right. They are so fervent in their belief that they won't even allow them to divest you of your clothing. So being burned into your flesh are bits of rough-hewn cloth, handmade, as that was the only way for clothing to be made at that time. So bits and pieces of cotton still burning, still smoldering, sinking into your flesh. The torturer, the Monsignor, standing over you, scowling. Confess your sins. Confess your sins that we might save your soul. Give your life over to Christ now so that we may lay you to rest in the consecrated place so that you may rest peacefully for once. Can you not see that what we're doing is to save you?
Kinda hard.
And just as the snarl, just as the beast rears its head, just as you know what happens next, the shackles having grown loose and slick with your vitae, allowing your hands to be pulled free as the smoldering red hot poker again begins growing closer and you can feel its heat. You know the monstrous acts it required for you to escape that night. Unconsciously, you rub your wrist as the skin that had been deglowed when you ripped your hands free of the shackles, as your hands shifted into claws capable of rending more than flesh, to, in their every thought, to put these men and the serving girls down. The actions that the beast took to save you that night, you shudder at. And as the shudder races through you, you open your eyes and you're in the fox den. Your phone screaming in protest to how tightly you grip it.
Yeah, this is not good news. Oh boy.
And Tyler somewhere out there in the dark.
Yeah, I am going to immediately text Tyler. I sent a text, by the way, while you were speaking to Hatsumomo back, and she is asking very fervently what old cult, because there are many of them, of course. But
she's going to answer back the Osirans. How do you spell that? I think it's Osiren.
Yeah, it is literally Osiren.
Okay, cool.
Depending on her reply, I'm gonna text Tyler immediately because this is very traumatic trigger for Aaron.
No, I would tell Aaron the name of the cult, the Osirans.
Osiren. Oh, okay. She's a little bit more calm now because she thought it was the Leopold folks. Those are very bad news for Aaron. Well, I still have a lot of things that I need to do. Erin was chilling at home for a few nights, but she does need to get back on the hunt for those things about the cult because she still have a ticking time bomb in her possession. With this, would this cult be the cult that we're following, actually? No, because they're not a church. They're, like, associating with Kindred, right?
Yep.
Yeah, no, it's a different cult. Okay, so meanwhile, the conversation in text is happening. Erin would like to call. She has 2 criminal contacts. One of them is a 2-dot criminal contact. She would like to call them and ask if he has any either police report or morgue reports of grave robbery, like grave digging, because she wants to know, either figure out how many bodies the cult has, or if she can track them down somewhere, because she really has no clue so far about that, and she really needs clues.
Okay. That being the case, would you be so kind as to go ahead and roll your charisma plus contacts plus streetwise for me, please, or occult, whichever is higher.
Streetwise is better for me. Could it be manipulation instead of charisma?
Oh no! Do you have any information to blackmail them with or use against them?
Not really. I'll just power up charisma. That's fine.
Your power, persuasion, and the glow of your personality will light the way into your hunt.
My Discord is freezing. Hold on. Ah! Open dice channel. No! I'll have to open phone. Hold on. So it's charisma, the number of dots on the contact, and streetwise, right?
Yes.
I will first buff charisma.
Oh yes, tempt the beast. Ease it out of its little hidey hole.
Failure. I am at 2 now because I think I was at 1. Yep. So.
Come on, lass. We're not really going to rely on these electronic fairies to compel them to honor our request. We're going to go into their homes and we're going to drag them into the street and force them to work for us. What are we doing? There's no blood in this.
Amir has been loyal, so shut up.
Has he been loyal or has he been afraid?
Doesn't matter.
It most certainly does. Loyalty will have people dying for you. Fear will have them killing for you. We want them to be willing to die.
So shut up. Ooh, failure! Jesus, that is willpower that. 3! At least! I tried!
And A for effort always.
Yeah, I tried. Charisma is not my strong suit. Oh boy. So my contact's name is Amir. He's a ghoul, and he's one of my criminal contacts. He's a 2 dots criminal contact.
Oh my God, Aaron!
Hello, Amir. It's been a while.
It has. Tell me you're willing to part with some of that sweet good stuff. You know, the market's getting a little difficult since somebody ran the circulatory system out.
Yeah, it's been very rowdy recently. Listen,
oh my God, I forgot to tell you. There was a hit on a supply at one of the train stations out west. Anything you can tell me about that will definitely help. There's a couple of people that have been asking about it, and I know that like the rough and tumble thing is kind of your market. So
I know that it looked like wolves were around the area, but I don't know if they actually were or if it was a setup. That's as much as I can give you, and I would like a favor back if you could help me.
Sure, whatever, whatever you need. But
I need information.
Information? Come on, you know I don't talk out of turn. It's not like I gossip or anything.
It's not exactly gossip. I just need to know if there's been any known like grave robberings in the Boise area.
Grave robbing. There's no real profit in that. There's a couple of people that.
Not really.
No, there's really not. Like I even thought about trying it because there was this these guys called Twizzig, a brother duo, one older than the ex, and they would pay for bodies of certain weights to help pad out the casket. You wouldn't believe how many times bodies go missing from funeral homes though, and no one reports it, and especially if it's a closed casket. Those bodies end up in all sorts of places. I had a buddy who lost his mother. Cancer, bad thing, bad time.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it was a close casket because her skin cancer had gotten so bad it had started to eat at her face, and one thing lead to the next. The funeral was over with and done, and he's so caught up in grief. We're still sitting there in the parlor, and he's staring at this powder blue casket. It was a nice model, by the way. Powder blue with platinum handles, and all the flowers and everything were great. And these guys kept trying to get us out of there. Like, just go grieve so we can prepare the body for burial tomorrow. And he just didn't want to leave. He didn't want to leave her there by herself. So they go off into one of the other rooms back there, whatever it was they do. And he was just so taken. He wanted to look on her face one last time. I told him it was a bad idea. He didn't listen. Oh my God, he didn't listen. So he opens the casket. And you know what? This 6'3" Viking-looking biker, whose mother was a redhead. When he opened the casket, not only was his mother not a redhead, they didn't even bother putting on a wig or anything. But there's this 5'3" black guy, looks like he was a prize fighter in the casket.
Wow, that is very interesting. Did it look patched up? Like Frankenstein patch up?
Oh no, he looked worse than that. It was like someone had took a bat to his face repeatedly. Yeah, it was bad. We ended up tearing the place up that night, but they called the cops, which is great for us because we didn't get arrested. But yeah, you wouldn't believe how often that happens.
I got you.
It was like they had pull with the cops, not just because we were kicking their ass, but they literally had pull with the cops.
Yikes. Could you let me know of the address of that funeral home and the two friends you mentioned that paid for specific corpses? That would help a lot already.
Oh, the Twizzlers? Oh, yeah, they were all over the news. Their funeral home had a gas leak or an explosion or was scheduled for demolition. Anyway, it was funny as hell because it immediately reminded me of my buddy and what happened that night.
Yeah, it makes sense. Do you know where they are beyond that burned out? Are they still around? They're in the new place?
Oh, yeah. Those guys, they never go out of business. You won't believe how much money that they pay for when they, fly a kite about needing the body for this or that. I don't know the guy personally, but there's a couple of guys I can plug you in with. You wouldn't believe. One of the guys is actually a actuarian. You know what they do? They measure out a person's life. Like, based on what's going on in your life, you should die right around this time. And they'll pay you for your life insurance.
Yeah.
So you get a windfall on what your life would be worth based on actual numbers and math. This shit's crazy. I tell you, it's gotta be a racket to it somehow.
Probably. Listen, Amir, hook me up with someone who can get me either the address of the Twizzlers' new funeral home or how I could get in touch with them myself, and I will be honored that.
Oh, no shit. Well, hey, me and a couple of the guys are getting together for, we got to jump a couple of guys into the Outlaws, but after that, I'll be free. There's one of their places not far from where I am now. I'm literally, and you can hear him getting up and moving around over the phone, staring at it right now.
Well, if you need help there, it can be my pay up for that information.
Oh, sure thing. Why don't you come through? We should have them probably Like, you know how long it takes. A couple hours, get them nice and liquored up so they don't feel too much. So then when we fuck them up, they'll be all right the next day.
Yeah, I got you.
All right,
I'll meet you there then.
Sounds like a plan. I'll send you the dress. Oh, hey, dress to impress. Don't wear none of your homeless shit.
I can't make any promises on that, but I'll try.
Come on, Red. Don't embarrass me. Like, these are real serious peoples.
I'll see what I can do.
All right. Well, yeah. Here's the dress. I'll see you when I see you. But please, please.
I'll try.
All right. At least pull your hair back. Make it look like you really ride instead of like what you do.
Yep. I'll try. Promise. Okay, then I'll take off the phone and I'll pick up my bike and head towards the address that Amir sent me.
You're gonna head alone to a biker get together?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
Whatever I need for the information.
You know, your bravery, Aaron's bravery is clearly not just a myth, because everywhere that there are motorcycle clubs, there are various strata of criminality. The Outlaws are one of the preeminent motorcycle clubs involved with criminality. The last time they had to ride in number and engage in any semblance of crime that they could be definitively proven responsible for, they laid waste to an entire town during a gun battle that lasted over 4 hours. The Outlaws are not the sort of motorcycle club where good-natured rubbing ends in anything except for someone having their head cracked open. Heading into that location, heading into that environment alone requires more bravery than, well, is healthy for anyone's continued existence.
I mean, Aaron has spent the last 300 years on pirates, which is basically bikers on sea. So it kind of doesn't really make that much of a frazzle to her. But yeah, she'll go geared up, of course, with her weapons and such. But she'll try. What kind of dress up was he asking her to?
Jeans, a battle vest, and if you're a little late or a little afraid, a helmet. But more importantly than anything else is looking as if you belong. So looking rough and ready.
Jeans. She's gonna be on slightly more fitted jeans, her boots, her overcoat, because it hides the weapons well, and well, it's a leather heavy overcoat. It's pretty battle biker ready, just longer. And yeah, and she's gonna go with her hat as well. Proper modern pirate look. Just to amuse Amir, she's gonna tie her hair in a ponytail, but very loosely because she doesn't pay attention to those things, and that's her effort. By the way, I'm posting like in character visual. This is Amir. I had his visual made.
Oh, that's a very good thing. So,
her clothing is cleaned as well. For once, her clothing is actually clean. And Angel, yes, she was homeless, and now she has a house, but she still dresses and acts like a homeless. So.
Oh, excuse me.
So, meeting up with the motorcycle club at the clubhouse where they are preparing to move one of the camp followers into a probate position. It's never just that one person. It's usually that one person or 3 friends, because they know for a fact, just due to the rigors of proving themselves to get patched in, there's no way that one person without someone on their side would ever make it. The mental pressure alone from being the literal do boy for an entire club is often enough to break the strongest person down. There's nothing like having your sense of respect be stripped from you. It's an effective recruitment practice because they break you down to build you up. They love bomb you when you do something appropriately selfless, when you do something for the club out of the kindness and goodness of your heart, when you kiss the right boot, when you break the right face, when you are willing to take on a risk with no reward to you personally, but to the club. And so it becomes easier and easier for that person to be indoctrinated, not just into the lifestyle, but into needing and viewing the club as an extension of family, to needing and viewing the club as the only way to exist, to be. The methodology is sound, is used in all sorts of organizations all over the world. Your first few weeks, your first few months, your first few years, designed to break you of your sense of self and to graft onto it your love and need of the organization. Everyone wonders how child soldiers are possible. They've always been possible. They've always been done. There's nothing better or smarter than sticking a young green recruit next to a seasoned man of war. By dint of osmosis, that young green recruit stops being as green, stops making those same mistakes, stop thinking at counterpoint to the organization. And it's the same thing that the outlaws do. It's the same thing every smart organization does. Get them young, make the organization their lives, and have them pass down that love to the people that come into their lives. It'd be brilliant if it wasn't so devastating. It'd be, well, it is the current state of affairs for every organization that plans on their longevity. And Aaron, despite the natural mental dissonance, recognizes the camaraderie and recognizes the group love of the group and recognizes the bowdiness to which they apply themselves. Freedom at all costs. Freedom at any cost. The only flag they sail are their colors. The only nation to which they have any fealty is the nation of themselves.
Yup.
And it's like,
which resonates a lot. Yeah, it resonates a lot with Erin, and especially considering she hunts criminals. She has both a good and bad reputation around them. The more the criminal groups who have any semblance to a moral code do kind of hear of her, even if vaguely, and kind of respect her. She does. She doesn't mind working with criminals so long as they have the respect mutual. And of course, she has a reputation for hunting down the more shady criminals around. So even if they don't know that she feeds on them, they do know she beats the heck out of them. So she has some respect on the streets.
There's respect and there's fear. And oftentimes those two intermingle and intertwine themselves so thoroughly that from the outside it's almost impossible to tell the difference. There is a hint of fear behind every respect. Fear of letting that person down. And there's a hint of respect behind every fear. You respect the danger inherent to oneself, socially or mentally. And so from the outside, it's almost impossible to truly know which side of the line a person is on until the fat hits the flame. Until there's really, they have skin in the game, they must make a decision. You can always tell at that point. But until then, it's, as they say, all gravy, baby. Riding up onto the clubhouse, moving past the security into the parking area where there are bikes, electric glides, and all manner of rats going back several decades. This is a bike lover's fantasy and potential nightmare because rat bites can be scary. knowing that the person literally put this together from boat parts, or literally managed to resuscitate and resurrect a bike that had been at the bottom of someone's garbage heap. Knowing that there are 7 different bikes becoming one, it can be. And as Erin makes her way through the crowd, people clearly noticing the flailing drapes of her hair, she moves through the crowd, her hat, her coat billowing behind her. She sees Amir next to the local club president, and talking about the patches. He throws his arms wide. Oh my God! Hey, I was telling you about her. Here she is. Hey, Red, this is Ice. Don't ask questions. It's because he fell in love with American Gladiators back. Hey, no punches. I'm kidding. Yeah, it really is because he fell in love with American Gladiators. But anyway, Ice, this is Red. Red, this is Ice. So we got a couple of patches getting ready. And, well, in the meantime, she was asking about the dead man drops. What the fuck is your problem, Amir? You're not about to tell anybody about it. Come on, man. She makes money too. She needs money. So look at how she's dressed. You could tell she needs money. Ice looks you up and down, extends his hand. Yeah, if you really need money, Amir has all the details now, but before the drop, which is going to be next Friday, we got some partying to do. And Amir, stop talking out of turn. We ain't doing nothing until we make sure that she's okay. Yeah. No, she's good. I guarantee you she's good. You know what? As a matter of fact, instead of the probing fight,
I work with Amir for a long time now. He can vouch, and if you want me to do any service with this for you, I am willing to pay whatever information with that. I won't ask questions as long as you do your payment.
Yeah, well.
And respect me.
Hey, Ice, look, I see that look. I know what you're thinking, but let's not do that. Your probie's not ready, but I'll take that bet. I'll put 6 on Red versus your probie. 6, huh? Yeah, we can match that. All right. And it's a knowing look exchange between Amir and Ice that makes Erin suddenly suspicious.
Say that again, sorry.
It's the knowing look between Amir and Ice that makes Erin suddenly suspicious. There's something afoot. And Amir smiles and Ice smiles and they...
Heard anything? Because I know Amir. I've been in contact and quote-unquote business with him for a while, so...
They both slap down $600, one on top of the other, and they weigh it down with a nearby brick they pick up. So, Red, I know you like it rough and tumble, and you're a good scrapper, but the probie is an ex-fighter. So here's what we're gonna do. You gotta knock him out, or he has to knock you out. Okay. So whatever you do, don't lose me any money.
Do you have problem if I end up accidentally killing him?
Don't kill him.
Okay, I'll try.
And you hear the all too well-known sounds of violence beginning. There's the bets being tossed back and forth. There's the joking nudges and points. And Amir and Ice lead you forward into the middle of this gang. All the connotations inherent in that idea of gang is what you are. And they're literally as if you just entered into a movie you saw years upon years ago. It was, Miracle Max in the Thunderdome or something like that. Guy dressed all in leathers in a biker club, being surrounded by people wearing hockey masks. You remember it because it had a singer you liked at the time. You saw one of her songs. It reminded you of the old dance clubs from back in the 20s. But all the same, that's what you feel like. You feel as if you are entering it into whatever that was called, was Thunderdome, you think it was. And there's the singer somewhere high up yelling down into the crowd, "Two may enter, one may leave. And while no one is actually doing that, the image of it is so strong that you begin looking around for someone to step onto a microphone and begin broadcasting just that same statement. Instead, Ice moves into the middle of the circle, slowly forming as people back away to give enough space for wild haymakers to be thrown. All right, guys, we're in for a treat. Amir has bet 6 on his friend Red, potentially a friend of ours, that they can knock out the Proby. Everybody starts cheering. No, the fuck out of here. Blah, blah, blah. I got $6 says the Proby proves me right. And if not, the Proby's going to pay me back. Right, Max? And the moment he says Max, the crowd parts. Being shoved forward is the former center for the University of Boise, circa 2012. He is 6'6", 347 pounds. He clearly has been working out for cut since then. His entire left arm tattooed with the cruel and vicious image of a Japanese Oni. His knuckles tattooed with hate and hate.
Very stereotypical.
He looks as if he had been punched, beaten, and kicked several hundred times, several hundred different ways, and is accustomed to dishing out just as much as he receives. The stereotype of the dumb jock immediately comes to mind, but the look in his eye lets you know that there may be something more going on, because he's sizing you up, he's gauging distance, he's gauging height. This is a person that has been accustomed to fighting. This is a person accustomed to using their size and their speed deceptively and as damaging as possible. And as the two titans enter into the open space, we cut our gaze away. Connor, receiving Momo's text.
Oh, sorry. Could you repeat that?
Receiving Momo's text as you were on her list of people that she reached out to. How do you respond knowing that there's a human cult somewhere in Boise who hunts down Kindred?
Did you read the text messages? I actually already did respond. He mentioned saying, if she needs a backup or not.
Well, no, I understand your response, but how does Connor feel? What's going on in his mind, knowing that there are humans who could be anywhere and probably have been, considering that your library had its own problem with loiterers, had its own problems with people being there for hours on end.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, he actually closes up the library. He's now opening up a haven instead, but hearing about this cult, I mean, have you ever seen that meme of CJ saying, "Oh shit, here we go again"? That's pretty much what's going through his mind.
How so?
It's just another Saturday for him,
Really? I think his life has been relatively peaceful, considering he's lived as long as he has, and he has not run afoul of a focused effort to remove him from his immortality. Yet here, in the last few weeks, in the last few months, there have been several attempts to divest him of his continued ability to exist. There is a concerted effort of the world to remove him from it. And to make matters worse, unlike in days of old, unlike even now, the forces aligned against him are not wearing uniforms. You can't pick out who the enemy combatant is. There's no sides being drawn that are visible. In fact, it looks as if there's a circle drawn around him, and everyone outside of that circle may be coming for his head in one form or another, with everything they have to bear.
Right. Yeah, I mean, as for his emotions, to get a little bit more descriptive about it, he's like, the best way to describe him, he's kind of detached from it in a way, sort of like just used to it at this point, because of how long he's lived. So at best, he's just wondering how to get the job done, how to deal with these cultists.
Okay. So tactically minded in removing the threat.
Yeah, pretty much. He doesn't like letting personal issues get in the way of the mission, sort of.
And what does he think the mission is? There's an unknown faced enemy somewhere out there. They could be wearing any face.
Oh, sorry for interrupting you, by the way. Well, at this point, he probably knows that... He would know that Hecate's is under watch, right, by the SI?
There's rumors of it, but if Hecate's were under watch in this day and age, would you be so kind as to roll your intelligence plus technology?
Alright. Oh, technology?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I actually haven't thought of that. Never thought that would come in handy. How do you roll again? I forgot. Oh, there we go. Yeah, let me pull up my sheet really quick. What's the DC?
As high as you possibly can get.
Okay. And let me just check something really quick to make sure I got this right. Sorry, saying so long. I'm just pulling out my character sheet really quickly. I kind of spaced out a little bit.
No.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's 3. Nah, I'm rolling willpower. Okay, cool.
All right. I look at the notes.
Oh yeah, he would know because Lupin told him.
All right. So, looking at the notes here, with basic understanding and a huge amount of paranoia, if Hecate's really is ground zero for people watching for kindred activity, for people watching for the hints and allegations of kindred activity, based on the most recent movie he watched, Eagle Eye, with the great American actor Shia LaBeouf, every text that Momo sends out is a flag, a pin dropped into Google Maps letting them know who other kindred are. If Hecate's is under such surveillance, people watching
I will not send a text to Tyler then, because Eric would think of that. So ignore the text I sent.
Yeah, going back to the intelligence and technology check, Lupin actually told him earlier that Hecate's was under watch.
And if it's reached far enough to be common conversation with Connor's understanding of technology, and based on the most recent movie he watched, Eagle Eye, with that great American talent, Shia LaBeouf, they know where he is. They know where everyone who she texts is, because everything's geolocated. The moment you open up your phone, the most recent and most applicable services to your last search pop up, which means if some unknown individual somewhere out there in the world in some spaceship that monitors Google and helps out Apple could know that information, that means if Hecate's is being watched, that means right at this moment, the fact that your phone has not been crushed, cracked, or destroyed or thrown into a blender means that there is a unit of SI agents heading to your current location.
Yeah, Erin, especially considering her past with having already been caught by the Society of Leopold before phones were even a thing, she would destroy her phone immediately as soon as she sent back the text of, let me know if you need backup, but she would destroy the phone. She'll let Momo know through other ways that she may have a new number or something. Which, by the way, I'm doing here that before she leaves for the fight, which was when she replied to the texts and such, Erin will send Morrigan, her familiar, to with a written note to find Tyler and let him know exactly what I said in the text, basically, but through the bird, not the phone.
Okay. And Connor, with those thoughts bombarding him, what does he do? Connor, you're experiencing tech difficulties? Oh, our dear Discord overlords are interrupting with Connor's tech. So while he ciphers that out, when he comes back around, we will slide our viewpoint along a little further into the night. There are several things that are aberrant to every kindred. Moistening blood, revealing that they exist to people that shouldn't know. And unfortunately, what every elder knows, boredom. An angel, after having experienced a relatively eventful past few weeks with their own sense of guilt wreaking havoc upon them, is exceptionally bored. The conversation with the dog man was great. Interesting, intriguing, entertaining. But watching cop cars... Yes, he did. But watching cop cars race to and fro, 2 and 3 in convoy, and listening in passing all reports of a spree murderer, a cop killer on the loose, is all it takes to shine a little light into the darkness that is Angel's boredom. That little light comes with an inherent sense of guilt. Because as they eavesdrop, slinking past the window and catching sight of the TV screen, staying far enough away that their natural electromagnetic aura doesn't cause the screen to flicker too much, Angel notices Chadwick's face. It's a bad impression of Chadwick's face, but that definitely is Chadwick. There's definitely the big, roly, comfortable, happy-go-lucky guy that they saved from the drug dealer's attempt to lay him flat. They saved him. Yeah, he was human, and yeah, you killed him, but those things happen. You can't make an omelet.
He was selling drugs. Fuck that guy.
Exactly. You can't make an omelet without heating up a few skillets.
Exactly. Can't make an omelet without bringing a few eggs, too.
Eggs? What do you need eggs for? They come in that little carton now. You don't need to break any eggs. Just open a carton and pour into the skillet and you do what you need to do.
I don't know. Or breaking eggs. Watching wants to go eggs to throw at people.
So all of those justifications in mind, the idea that Chadwick killed a cop, that is
that was not Angel's fault. That was all on Chadwick.
That's the antithesis of truth. There's no way that soft, large, calm individual that would be willing to take a punch from such a clear scum of the world would ever kill a cop. He was willing to take a beating from a no-account drug dealer. Are you serious? Someone clearly has the wrong information. There's no way. There's no factual base for Chadwick to ever kill a cop, let alone potentially 4. He was too calm. He's too nice. He was too... And this is the part where Angel's dark blood rears its head. Because it rationalizes that anyone soft enough to be victim to a criminal would never raise a hand to an actual authority figure. Someone that weak, some member of the blood that's human. And the word sounds hollow and bitter to Angel's inner monologue. There's clearly something afoot. There's clearly something wrong. It doesn't add up.
Angel's gonna have to figure what the heck's going on.
Jester's always accounting about responsibility and doing something that is anything but boring. There's lots of other things that he says, but it usually centers in and around the idea of never being bored. His idle mind is not only the devil's playground, but his workshop.
Now I'm kind of confused. Wait, who's bored?
Who's what?
Okay, I couldn't hear you very well. Could you repeat all that?
Yes. One of the many things that has been discussed between Angel and Jester over the last few weeks is that boredom is the worst sin possible. That an idle mind is not only the devil's playground, but their workshop. Things die beneath a kindred's grip, especially if they are overstimulated, and especially if they are understimulated. They don't have anything to connect them to the world around them, which is the odd thing, because he never mentions the idea of humanity, but just connecting them to the world. Whereas other kindreds talk about humanity all the time, like the most humane thing, the most kind thing, the most polite thing. Yes, I'm a good guy sort of thing. Jester never mentions those aspects. Good, evil. Really.
Yeah. Angel also kind of agrees, like, good, evil, it's pretty gray. So, yeah, he's gonna go have some fun.
And what does Angel consider fun? Being a denizen of the dark, both literally and figuratively. Being a living shadow. Tracing from...
Being a little ghost.
Mm-hmm.
Angel still somewhat feels responsible of what's going on with Chadwick and wants to know what's going on. Like, did Chadwick actually shoot some cops? He's kind of curious. So, and it's kind of like, that would be fun to figure out. So I feel like he would make his way to try and figure out where Chadwick is.
Oh, figuring out where Chadwick is? Where would he start?
Ask him. I wouldn't know. I feel like Angel wouldn't know where to start. He'd be like, okay, I'm gonna look for Chadwick. Where the hell do I start?
Okay.
How does one look for person?
That is a good question indeed. So there is no exact thing that pops into Angel's mind as to how to initiate.
And it's not like Angel could text someone too. Like, he at first was like, oh, I should just text someone and see if they seen him. And then he was like, wait, I can't touch a phone. So he's like, how do I start looking for someone?
Okay. Well, there are several ways we can go about this. There can be an intelligence and investigation, or streetwise, or a wits plus insight and make a leap of illogic.
Okay, let's see which one I get better of the two. You said investigation or streetwise?
Yes, intelligence investigation or intelligence and streetwise, or a leap of logic, which is wits plus insight.
Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Highly doubt the black market would be of any help. So yeah, I'll do 5. Three successes for street wise.
Is Angel a bagger?
Yes, he is.
Oh, bloody hell. There is a rack and ruin amongst the community. There's been a shortage of blood, and things are now going to get worse. Some jackass matching the description of the guy that killed the cops was seen on a hospital, St. Luke's to be exact, breaking into the hematology department, divesting them of as much blood as he could, and making it away. The hospital staff are calling it their bath salts thief. Someone who clearly was high on bath salts or PCP broke into their lab and called themselves being a vampire and draining all the blood that was there. They evaded hospital security, only going on to kill a cop on the front lawn. All of the suppliers that Angel knows deals in fractionated blood, the good medical stuff that's clean of all impurities, is up in arms because St. Luke's, unbeknownst to the rest of the world, is a hub of losing blood. It is a hub that most of the dealers either steal from, purchase from, or otherwise obtain their supply from. And it is shocking.
Angel would have found that out a long time ago. He would have found that out when he hunted. He went hunting. I didn't know that. Great.
It is a mess. It is problematic. It is fucking Chadwick. And the only reason why it's fucking Chadwick, because some jackass mentions, yeah, wasn't he the guy who had the show? Then you start hearing people speak about the show that dealt with hunting ghosts and proving that EVP really was the language of the dead reaching across to communicate with the living.
Angel never watched that show.
Angel didn't, but the people that were gossiping that Angel was overhearing did.
And they said his name?
Yes.
Okay. Because Angel wouldn't know the show at all.
Yeah, I know. Angel's too young, too new of a kindred. But the people that he's dealing with,
No,
the
not
dealers,
just that. Those type of shows never interested in Angel.
He's a K-pop boy.
he's a K-pop boy. He's a BTS fan. We understand. But the people that he's dealing with, the NPCs, the humans around him, the dealers that deal in these things, often are sources of information. And part of the information is the tropes that they spend their time involved in, the shows they watch when high off their mind. And that's such the gossip that Angel is party to. He hears Chadwick's name. He hears the name of Chadwick's show. He hears people beginning to draw a connection between Chadwick as he is and Chadwick as he was.
Okay. Cool. Well, that doesn't help me getting to Chadwick. But it does help me understand what Wait, what?
Yes, it does. There's one person that Angel knows deals in the unexplained and unexplainable. One person that sits in their ivory tower looking down at the rest of the world. One person who would have the financial as well as potentially kindred reach to know of Chadwick, to know how to reach them. Hell, they were able to make a deal with Jester, and Jester doesn't deal with anyone.
God fucking damn it. I have to go to Mason, don't I? Ew, Mason! Is all you hear Angel say as he starts walking up to see Mason. He's like, God damn it, I have to go see that jackass? Oh, I better write my obituary already. I bet you $10 I'm banned from that place or something. Ugh, gross.
Oh, no. We'll let you in.
No, get the fuck away from me, Mason. Angel's gonna go back to his house to get his sword.
Would you be so kind as to roll your wits and etiquette?
The infamous sword.
He needs his sword. He does not have etiquette.
Oh, you better roll really high. Make that happen.
No. You know what? Because I feel scared. I'm gonna do this. Okay, cool. Hunger 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 2. Let's go. No. Let's go. Oh, I should have just stayed.
Oh, damn.
I should have just stayed. Well,
Come on, that wouldn't have been any fun.
And now you
Messy!
it's a messy.
Messy.
It's a messy 6.
Messy is absolutely, positively outstanding.
Do you want me to roll the
No,
composure thing?
no, not at all. Here's what I would need you to roll. If you would like.
Pardon?
If you would like, you can roll your resolve and composure.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, nice. Resolve and composure. That is a 5 dice pool. I know that because that's how much willpower I have. Fine. That's fine. I'm not even gonna roll. No. Yeah, it's a 0.
All right.
0 success.
You neither have the mental resolve nor the ability to hide how frustratingly angry you are in this moment. Having traded information, in truth, having stolen information from various contacts on the street, it becomes clear to you that there is one path forward, one path to alleviate you and your beast's curiosity. There's one person, one gleaming example of what it means to be a member of the Blue Blood. So heading to get your sword, the obvious smacks you in the face. Having taken lessons from Jester, having dealt with Mr. Volkov previously, it would be the most aggrandizing moment of self-flagellation to take a weapon into a situation where you will definitely be viewed as a threat. It is all but declaring war and not the peaceful communication you're hoping to have. The frustration of being without your safety blanket, this frustration of being without your implement of death, doom, and destruction is far too much for your beast to stand. Get the sword. Kill them all. Kill your way in. Kill your way out. There's no reason. They're not even human. They're kindred. And as that rages and you put your hands over your ears, frowning against the raging, raised voice of your beast manifest, you realize why your beast is so annoying. Because it sounds like him. It sounds like the moments when your sire had enough of your petulance, as he called it, had enough of your willful rebellion, and then the world turned sideways, fading into nothing but shadow. And you knew then that something was wrong. You know now that it's because of the constant mental domination he attempted to use on you. Being at his service, being prey to his whims and his will. And all of those moments coming back in the fore, all of those painful realizations hitting you all at once. You find yourself standing in the wreck and ruin of an alley, the wall of the bar broken open, people laying in pain, the bartender shakily trying to call 911, but their phone won't work because you're too close. The shadows about you rippling and moving as if they have a life of their own. Fucking monsters, all of them. And you are sure, as you stand here, that the only way forward is to be kind. The only way forward is to enter into the monster's mouth, coated in ketchup and hot sauce, being as appetizing and appeasing as possible. and it works counterpoint to who you see yourself as. So the decision is simple. You're gonna head home to Jester's and get your sword and go to Mason's, but you know it will end bloody and badly, just like it did for these people's night. Or you can go unarmed.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Or you
No,
can
it's
go
not
unarmed. You can go home to Jester's and get your sword and enter into Mason's building, which will clearly be a declaration of war and a violation of his domain. Or you can go unarmed.
Joe will clutch his fists, clutch his teeth, try to silence his sire in his mind. And he's going to think about his friend, and then he's going to think about his father. They're both going to probably tell him mentally, he has those type of things. And they're like, fine, just do what you need to do. You know what you need to do. It'll be fine, kind of thing, trying to reassure him. While his beast is also like screaming at him to go and do what needs to be done. And he is going to, after a bit, take a breath, calm himself, and start making it his way to Mason's. Not getting his sword.
Wolfsbane Pharmaceutical is a testament to pomposity. It is far more luxurious than any laboratory of its ilk deserves to be. It's far more pretentious in its air of authority than any company that works behind the scenes has any right to be. The building itself is a testament that money is power. Its facade of security, its theater of safety, is more than theater tonight. There are steel pylons that have risen from the ground, preventing cars from being able to drive close enough to be any sort of damaging to the facade or the exterior. There are high power searchlights illuminating the tower itself. There is a cordon of cars, and Angel knows that it fit for what it is, not because they have horses out or anybody official, but there are a significant number of black sedans and SUVs, and there's no parking for any other business in the area. And in those cars are individuals behind the driver's wheel. There's often a passenger. It's the sort of thing that most people wouldn't bother to notice. Oh, honey, there's no parking tonight. Let's just drive around the block. But someone who has spent their life hiding in the dark, watching people from a distance, you realize an action in the offing. You realize what and how tactically minded members of law enforcement or military experience operate. This is their idea of stealth. For you, it is as obvious as night and day. Something bad is happening inside Wolfsbane right now.
Angel's gonna be mad he didn't bring a sword. And he feels like his sire is the beast in his head is gonna be like, I told you you should have gotten it. Got everything, be like, I can't even contact him.
Well, we know that Angel doesn't have potence. So,
No, he does not.
So leaping and what have you is out of the question. But Angel themselves are naturally a blemish on any technological record.
Wait, what did you say, nobody?
Angel themselves are a blemish on any technological record. They cause things to go wonky. There's a very good chance that just by being near that they could make or force or outlast something, causing it to go wonky, granting them access. Angel was taken into the building through a less than direct means.
So I could theoretically mess it up
There's a very good
and
chance.
get in.
Especially with them being on high alert. Those systems are redundant. They typically have time limits of very short periods of time without having to be reset. Security like this, with the windows being blocked out on the upper floors and clearly something afoot, there's a good chance that the systems are not designed for the amount of stress that Angel's aura might put on them.
And Angel's going to go there and put some stress and think about all of the shit that his sire has done to him and just try to fuck that thing up.
For this, we're going to need a bit of a contested roll. Mason, what is the security level of your building?
Well, what are we factoring in? Security systems?
Yep.
Security systems, we've got 2 dots.
Excellent. Would you be so kind as to go ahead and roll your stamina larceny plus 2?
All
Plus
right.
2?
Yes, for
Me?
Mason. Angel, your die pool in this particular case, because you are sneaking and manipulating the situation, is your manipulation, larceny, and your oblivion.
Ooh, yay, that's 5 dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? I'm feeling petty. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is 7 dice now. And it's a difficulty of
As
So you
high
have-
as you can make it.
That would be a failure on her end.
3.
Oh no, wait. Is she counting on as the initiator on this, or am I?
She
Since I'm technically attacking.
So, Mason, you've paid for state-of-the-art security. You have purchased and upgraded and made sure that your systems, the telemetry of your building as a whole, is built with certain redundancies. So as the cameras that you have installed around your building begin going out one after the other, they immediately trigger their fallback. And as the fallback cameras pop online from a distance, the wavering shadow thing, it's not exactly bipedal, but it's not bipedal. It's as if someone took a very dull eraser and tried erasing on construction paper. The image is still there. You can kind of make it out. It's something almost humanoid, but not quite. And then the film wavers, and one after the other, the cameras you've placed around the building go out as it grows closer and closer to the exterior of the building. As it moves around the building, the cameras facing out begin flickering and blinking and going out, and you watch as several systems begin going offline at the same time in quick succession. Luckily, you have built-in redundancies for if there were such a directed EMP attack. However, whoever is hacking you this time, whatever is attacking your building this time, is considerably more. And then it hits you. You record everything. You save everything. You never know when something might be useful. And while you promised your guests that nothing was there, you spoke on it. You didn't really promise. You just gave them the idea that they were secure. And while you have images and recordings of everything, the one thing that always screwed up, no matter which angle, which camera you viewed, is that Angel wasn't actually there. You knew they were there, but from the moment they entered, the cameras began to fail. There was this wavering, almost bipedal erasure, not quite solid, and you realize who that could only be.
Hi, Mason. I'm trying to find you, Mason.
talking into the door, just like
No. It's not that stupid.
there's a little intercom on the door. Hi, Mason. And then it comes out.
From your safe room.
Exactly.
From your safe room, there is a face palming moment of realization. There's a reality that smacks him in the face. Chadwick is still amok in the building. Chadwick has not managed to feed on anyone, but they are amok, running the halls. And every once in a while, on camera, you'll watch as his bulk speeds past the camera. And a few seconds later, your security team trailing behind him. And it's clear they are attempting to not damage the walls. They don't care about shooting him. But you know how much it costs to remove bullet holes from masonry? They're doing the best to cordon him off and keep him in a corner. And they have him near a lab, but instead of dancing into the lab so they can completely keep him from running up and down the halls, he slides past them, his skin just creating this viscous soup and oily texture that he's able to slip out of grips, slide beneath grabs, and you see him run past the camera again.
Oh, for fuck's sake. So, over a small, like, intercom device near wherever I see this vague figure, it's going to pop up in staticky radio, as I assume this will be just kind of generally affected by their presence.
Yep.
Oh, hello. Welcome to Wolfsbane. We've got a problem. I'll grant you the pleasure of having a conversation with me if you win this little game of tag we're having right now. And the door will ping open.
Angel's gonna be like, I can't touch that. You know that, right?
No, the door just swings open.
Oh, okay. Like Angel's, like if you like opened it, like as in like it, like buzzes open, and Angel's gonna point to it, and be like, I can't open that. I can't even touch it.
And slides on open. And lastly, over the intercom, it will say, "There is a crazed gentleman running about my halls. Please capture him. See you soon." Click.
Okay. I guess I'm going to be capturing someone. Angel's going to then enter the place and is actually going to start grabbing some equipment. Actually, no, he has his backpack on him. Smart cookie. Okay, he's going to go into his backpack and he's pulling out a string, tripwire technically. And he's going to grab a
box.
Pardon? No, he doesn't have a box. He's also going to go over to where, if there's like a table or something, I'm presuming it's the front entrance, right? Nope. That he's in. Nope. Pardon? No? Where is he?
One of the side entrances into the lower levels is designed to bypass the main floor.
Okay, cool. So Angel's then gonna try to go quickly to one of there's like an office nearby, grab a pen, 2 pens if anything. He doesn't need to stab someone when he's hiding. What else is he gonna do? He's pulling out a blanket as well. Well, like, it's not a really big blanket, it's pretty small. And that's it. He's gonna go off, and he's going to find Chad, set up his trap.
Wait a minute, Mason has never specified that it was Chadwick, right?
Well, yeah, he doesn't know it's Chadwick, but he's going to set up a trap for a madman, is essentially what I'm saying.
In short, Angel is planning on using a blanket trap on a crazy person running through Mason's halls with the intent to stab them once they're captured.
Yeah.
No, what he's essentially going to try to do, he has 2 traps in mind. Actually, only 1 trap in mind. One trap is where he's tripping Chadwick, that's the tripwire. He's literally going to trip Chadwick. If that fails, he's going to throw the blanket into Chadwick's face and then try to stab him. Like, try to remove as much visibleness to give himself more room to, like, get him. Because he doesn't know what this madman's size and build is.
This is all going on in the sub-levels of the building. It would essentially just be a series of doors that go bing and slide open, guiding you to where you need to be until you get down there.
Cool.
And as Angel is descending into the first, second levels of hell, Chadwick, the slimy sliver connecting you with the world around you. There are several moments that have been eye-opening in film. Several moments where people have suddenly realized and understood the world around them. And several cool lines of, "Oh, I know Kung Fu," or the like. And they're all nice. They all come close to what it's like to be where you are now. You've experienced a high previously. You've experienced and enjoyed getting away from reality, tapping the unknowable infinite. But there has never been a moment like this. You feel strong. You feel powerful. You feel connected to everything. While this sliver of silver connects you with something miles below you, in this moment, if you stretch out your hands, you can feel the emotions of every being in that direction. You can feel the thoughts as they bombard you like raindrops. You are the all-seeing, all-knowing, the all-dancing shit of the world. You see and feel what they think and feel. You're part of another state of being where your mind is truly who and what you are. The limits of it are only your imagination. And feeling so empowered, what is the first thing Chadwick does? Did he go play Ding Dong Ditch with someone?
Can I move around? Can I glide?
Oh, you soar. You dip and rise based on your thoughts. The moment you think it, you are doing it.
I want to see if, like, I have a question. What is my current state of mind? Am I completely blasted and inebriated, or do I think I got my shit together?
You are the definition of sublime. You are, for the first time in several years since you've died, at peace. There's no scent, there's no social pariah. You are who you've always wanted to be. You are quantumly everything you have ever been. You are perfectly balanced being of lightness.
I want to get closer to the ground. And how far is the stadium?
From where you are, driving, you can get there in less than 20 minutes. The moment you think of the stadium, you are there. Though there is a certain constriction and a certain tightness, as if you're stretching a rubber band right to the very limits of its being, but you're there. The moment you think of the stadium, you are suddenly there on the blue field. You are dead smack center field in the middle of the stadium.
Huh. I wonder what Momo's up to.
Oh, Lord. That is the absolute worst thing that you could have ever thought about.
Oh, shit.
Momo's is unbeknownst to Momo even, because they don't have the ability to tap into that science of the supernatural. There are certain places in the world that have an inherent power to them. There's the beginning of things, the end of things, and the apex of things, where two forces meet. Much like at the moment of death, there's an inherent power there that, if one is aware, can be used for greater things, because that is the moment where both life and It's the end of its cycle meet. Both halves, both portions of the complete life cycle are there in one space at one time. And just like the scientific theory of the same matter can occupy the same space at one time without something catastrophic happening, the energy released at the moment of death is atomic. It is nuclear. And for a being made of thought to enter into a space of supernatural fission, where various forces, various intentions, various thoughts combine with the natural inherent chemical allure of the many worlds around this one. Hecate's has an aura, has a balance of spiritual and supernatural energy. Some of that energy, the bulk of that energy, emanates from the corpse lying in state in their sub-basement, entering into the space. Momo and Faith are very, very glad that there are no one here that is not supernatural or supernaturally aware, because Momo feels it on a level of awareness they're not completely aware that they have. It is the feel of something that has been so long inhuman reaching out. The moment that you appear into Hecate's, there is a force that takes over the space. It feels as if all the air is being drained out. It feels as if you are unwanted. And in fact, you are, because rising from his place of rest is the being, the guardian that Momo has watched over for so long. Seeing him manifest, seeing the spiritual essence of him manifest, and the body reinvigorate is a thing to behold. And also, as life-threateningly real as coming face to face with one of the archangels of old. There's a glow to his eyes that causes everything that stares into it to experience its moments of birth and death. And he moves up the steps through the many locked secret doors that no one should understand how to open save Momo. But there he is. You're close enough to Momo, Chadwick, to intuit and watch as realization dawns. You're also close enough to Faith, who's there with Momo, to realize the fear emanating from her. Dead things don't move unless, of course, they're vampires. But this dead thing, which is laid in state through God knows how many visitors, is now standing in all his fury and coming towards you, Chadwick. Momo, Faith, there's a mummy walking towards you with every intention of rending everything you are apart. What do you guys do?
She speaks to the mummy in his language. Why are you here? Just the only thing she comes is like, cause she's just totally just shocked.
Faith.
Real?
Yeah, this is supposed to be. Yeah, no, she. This thing looks like it could probably tear her apart. She's just kind of like half standing behind it and Momo because she doesn't want it to hurt Momo, but at the same time, she is no shield by like any stretch of any imaginations that has ever existed.
Momo just kind of pushes you to the side.
No one stands for me. There is no way that something that has been dead longer than the bulk of human civilization should, but it speaks English. Its voice, a whisper, yet somehow managing to reach across the space between you all. Foul dead thing, leave it now. And it points towards you, Momo. And it points to you, Faith, as it closes in with every intention. The visceral violence that it is threatening is impossible to not understand. Chadwick, it's clear that it's talking to you, but no one should see you. Your thought doesn't have physical form. What do you do?
I quickly bow and then apologize and flee.
Where do you think I'm going?
I want to think. I'm thinking about the detective that I shot.
You are in a church. There's a blonde woman kneeling before the cross. It's huge. It's like 8.5 feet by 4.5 feet. There are a few steps leading up to it. The decor is all wood and violet. It's the sort of place that is designed to be calming. There's a lectern to her right, your right as well, because you're behind her. And she's praying. Our Father in heaven, please grant me your mercy for those that I love, those that I care for. Please grant them peace and serenity. Please grant me the strength to do what is needed. And thank you for your kindness. And the rest is said silently, but it is clear that this woman, this person, has been grieving. The set of her shoulders, the stoop of her neck, the fact that it looks as if she has been here long enough that her calves have begun to strain under her kneeling and praying.
Why'd I come here?
The moment you think, why did you come here? And you find yourself in an operating room. There's a tall, thin, wraith-looking gentleman operating on... You're not sure, but you can swear that this is a cop. The man has a tattoo over his heart. It is a symbol that faith and others may have seen before on a lighter here or there, but it's not one that Chadwick knows instinctively. But there it is. It's a tattoo that the doctor looks at, nods, and begins somehow doubling down on his focused attempt to save this man's life.
I feel confused because how long have they had him in surgery?
You're on a roadside. You've seen this road before. It's the road that you drove getting to Monty's. There are still crime scene photographers in the area. There's a ruined police car, the door ripped off. There's blood everywhere, and they have the road cordoned off to one lane, and they're taking pictures of everything. They're cataloging details and spent shell casings, and it's busy, and it shouldn't be, but it is. Clearly someone or something attacked several cops. There's police cars all over the place, flashing lights, and it's a hectic, busy scene. You're standing behind two gentlemen who are literally there just to cordon off the road to make sure that the drivers are safe as they pass this scene being worked. You're able to hear the conversation. Yeah, the church leaders have passed down judgment. We're not sure what to do about Chazu's wife. Yeah, she's talking about leaving the faith. Like, this is her. She didn't know. Wait, you mean you married a layperson? Yeah, but she was brought into the faith. She was taught the history of us. And she still didn't believe? She still didn't have faith? Nah, she's more broken up about this happening to him. He was actually thinking of moving to a desk job for the most part. Yeah, he's a great guy. He follows up on everything. He's recording, isn't he? We can figure out who did that. Yeah, his dash cam didn't catch anything, but he forgot to turn off his recorder on his phone. So we have the interview with him and the girl. Really? So we got the guy's voice? Yeah, we got his voice. That's the reason why we altered the sketch, so we'd be the ones to find him. The leaders are really smart with that. We have everybody looking for homeless folks, so he's going to beat every bush, but we're the only ones that would actually be able to identify him. Yeah, we got to beat the sirens to it. But weren't they working the flickering tongue thing? Nah, their unit, their crash unit was hit. My crash unit was hit. I thought they found one of those furry ones. They did, but he clearly had friends, and they tore the place apart and killed them. Damn, so we don't have any information about their clans. Yeah, their clans, their seps, or whatever they're called. We don't have any definitive proof, but we know that they're here too. So we got the zombies, we got the furries, the sirens moved in again. The flickering tongue thing, yeah, it's a lot of unofficial organizations. God forbid, the Special Affairs Department is here too. Oh shit. Yeah, so it won't be long before the society sends a few of their knights. Knights. They're not knights, they're fucking guerrilla soldiers. These days, yeah, but they used to be called knights and they still hold that title. Yeah, but I hate the idea of it. They're still in our glory.
Can I take a good look at the front of these people? Are they wearing like their badges?
Oh yeah.
Can I get their names?
Yep. Send it to you in pen.
Thank you.
But you wouldn't recognize them as anything more than cops any other day of the week. And the fact that it's beginning to paint a picture. There are several layers to this and several people involved, several organizations involved, several non-identifiable people all over the world. What do you think about?
I think about Amy. The Wraith.
You're at Star Farms. Not specifically anywhere near the actual main buildings, but you're at the edge of the property, the northeastern edge of the property. You can hear the nice sounds all around you. And you see a man digging a grave. His face is painted with grease paint, dark camo colors, obfuscating the shape of who and what he actually is. And there's a lump of something cooling not far from him. Once the grave is deep enough, he drags it into the hole, tosses in the dead bodies of possums, and begins to cover it back up.
Wait, what? Is there a difference in time?
The moment you think about time, you find yourself in a hallway at Wolfsbane. You've walked them often enough that you know them instinctively. And there's this furry, large butterball of a man with a beard that clearly needs shaving, hair that clearly needs styling, running towards you with a pine tree car deodorizer poking out of his top pocket. His mottled grayish green flesh on his arms and neck bubbling and oozing. Behind him is a tactical team of Mason's guards. And it takes a second for you to realize that you're standing in front of the person that took the sword out of the drug dealer's body. They're eased just out of this direct flight of path. There's a wire sticking out across the line, across the hall, And at this speed, both you, who you realize is the large man rushing towards you, and Mason's guards will hit that tripwire.
You know?
Oh, fuck.
That's just how Mafia works.
So what do you do? Better yet, what are your intentions?
Oh, by the way, can angels see Chadwick? Like, the spirit Chadwick, I'm presuming? Because Angel does have his Oblivion sight active.
No, that would be very, very unnerving to Angel. Because Chadwick's not really a spirit. He's the mental manifestation of his aura. He's his mind. And the fact that someone who keeps their Oblivion sight up and sees ghosts everywhere, indiscernible from the living, it is extraordinarily spooky. Being in a place where there are no ghosts. Being in a place where there's complete devoid of spiritual life.
That's a funny thing. Angel doesn't think they're ghosts. He just thinks those people are actual people. He doesn't realize he sees ghosts. Okay, that's creepy. Angel's gonna not say anything. Well, Angel doesn't realize anything, so he's just gonna keep doing what he's doing.
Oh my god.
Chadwick has no intentions?
Can I, like... Can my mind grab my body?
Ooh. Lovely. Would you be so kind as to do two things? I need you to roll twice. The first time is for you as you are. The second time is for me, okay? All right. I need you to roll your resolve plus composure. And then I need to roll your willpower.
Resolve and composure was 2. And willpower is 3 successes.
Oh. There's an explosion. There's an explosion of pain as you smack into a solid wall of force. You reach out for your body. You reach out to slide back into your suit of clothes that is your living body, your unliving body, your dead flesh that houses who and what you are. It is akin to running into a brick wall, face first with your arms bound behind your back. It feels almost as painful as when Tyler decided to wreck your ability to look human. Would you be so kind as to please denote 1 aggravated willpower damage? The force and impact of you crashing into your body being housed and operated by something else is disorienting. You fall back into the tactical team chasing you as if you were a victim of a car crash, as if you were sent flying through the windshield. When your body connects with theirs, unfortunately their speed and yours causes the tripwire to do its job with far more efficacy than intended.
Okay, perfect. That's when Angel is going to jump and take Chadwick with a pen.
Did you just say stake me with a pen?
Yeah. So, pray to God you don't have steak bite, Chadwick.
Well, you hope he doesn't have steak.
As far as you knew.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying pray to God you don't have steak bite.
Well, the killing of a person is something that Angel seems to be
quite keen to knowing to doing, yeah. Mason gave him a job, he's going to do it. He knows how to torture someone. He's been tortured before. So, Yassar has done it to him on occasions. Shut him up. So, he's going to stake Chadwick. Is it possible?
Nothing is impossible. Would you be so kind as to go ahead? Let me, I did not have that as one of my notes as something that was possible. But you do need to do 5 points of damage on your called shot. So that's dexterity, melee.
Okay. Does it need to be a pet? It would?
Yes, dexterity plus melee, which is a called shot. So you're going to -2. And we're not going to give you an additional penalty for using an improvised weapon, which does not fall within melee. So give that a quick roll and make that stab attempt happen.
Oh, so what did you need me to roll? Was dexterity and melee?
Yes.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. Oh, wait, and then there was a penalty for it, right?
Yeah, -2.
Okay. Just do this then. Cool. 3. What am I trying to think? 3 successes.
Even though you don't need to breathe, and even though you typically don't rouse or need to rouse, being where you are safely within Mason's care, the fact that your lung is punctured is still painful. So crying out in pain, and not a remembered pain, an actual pain. Someone took a big ballpoint pen and placed it through your lungs. It is excruciating, combined with the weight of the men on your back trying to get you to your feet. What is Angel's strength, by the way?
Angel's strength is 2 dots. Yeah, he doesn't have much strength.
So 5 superficial damage is a lot. It's horribly a lot. Luckily for you, being dead, you have that. So while you experience the pain of the 5 points of superficial damage, you actually only stand to lose 2.5. We're going to round that up to 3. So 3 points of superficial damage, Chadwick.
Chadwick losing all kinds of damage tonight. Kinds of like willpower and physical.
Am I in control of myself now?
Yes, you are.
And I just got stabbed in the lungs.
Yeah.
Because Angel missed.
What the fuck? Oh shit! I shoved Angel away and back into the wall.
Angel already moved away.
I was everywhere. I was everywhere.
You don't get a chance to shove Angel, unfortunately. Remember the tactical geared members of Mason's security team, which were lifting you up. So your arms are behind you at this point, forcing the knife a little further through into your lungs. They, however, are leveling their guns towards Angel. Sir, we have an intruder. The gentleman that was here before, the white-haired gentleman, you asked us to escort out. Are we to use lethal force with this one as well?
No, that one's a guest. Please apprehend and escort them here. Have you managed to
sir, you're breaking up, sir. Yes or no, sir? Do we have the light?
No.
Now, sir? Sir?
No.
Please,
No.
Sir?
Cease. Down, boy.
Unfortunately, Angel is within 10 feet of them. Angel's aura, unfortunately, is still in effect.
Angel's going to speak up and say, the only reason why I'm in this building is because of Mason telling me to catch that one, because you guys couldn't catch him. And he points to the
Sir,
top.
we don't have any permission to. We don't have any definitive permission to use lethal force. Please don't force us. Place your hands behind your back.
Don't touch me.
Sir, please turn around. Put
I
your hands
will
behind your
do
back.
what you say, just don't touch
Sir,
me.
hands
That's all
behind
I
your back.
ask. And he puts his hands behind his back.
They slide forward, keeping one aimed directly center mass, while the other releases his
Angel's
slap
like,
cuffs.
please stop. Please stay back. You're making me uncomfortable.
Sir, you're a threat. You just stabbed the person in front of us. We have lethal force to corral this one. We were attempting to not cause mass damage. Please place your hands behind your back so that we can handcuff you and lead you to Mr. Volkov.
I don't want to be handcuffed. The last time I was handcuffed, I was strung up and tortured for 6 days.
Sir, we don't
Please
indulge in
don't.
culture. Please put your hands behind your back and handcuff, please, sir.
No. I will follow you. I won't do anything. I don't have any more pens. I don't even have a sword. So don't touch me.
Mason, knowing the clusterfuck that would typically happen for someone who mindlessly attacked you, would you stay in your safe room or would you let whatever happens?
If I at least had visual confirmation that the crazy man was captured, I'm fine with leaving my safe room.
So arriving at the scene, it is clear that they are going hot because Angel is backed away from them, hands behind his back, keeping a distance, spouting about torture and his past and being uncomfortable. The logic in the matter, the tactic of the matter is they're cording him off slowly so that they don't have to damage the property around him before they fire.
Gotcha. As I'm walking down the corridor, the echoes of this conversation happening, the moment that I see it, I'll go, you know, it really doesn't matter to us whether or not you've been tortured, but Beowulf, you and your men can stand down. This is a guest.
Yes, sir.
Please return that one to his room. And Perseus, if you could escort this one to my office.
Don't touch me.
Mason, I sobered up.
Oh, you sober? How was it?
Well, I have to make a few calls to make sure.
For the pen in my chest, it was pretty great.
And stuff.
Perhaps the next time you'll let me, I don't know, bind you before you go ahead and chomp down? I'm locking the rest of it up in a safe in case you get a little antsy.
Did you give him drugs?
Of course.
A lot.
What do you think this is?
Like Chadwick just looks at Angel with a blank face and just goes, a lot.
So, with the situation now being resolved, I will type in the disarm code for the building.
You made me chase after a fucking high man. Are you Angel's just gonna walk over to where...
And stab them.
And stab them. Oh my god. Angel just starts walking over to where, his, tripwire is and grabs it if it's still good.
Well, if you're up and able to move as well as articulate, then you can come with us as well. And I guess I'll make the note of not touching you. Please don't touch them. Unless they cause a problem, in which case, apprehend them.
Put it back. Oh, sorry.
Of course, sir.
Do not fucking touch me.
Wonderful. So may I ask, why exactly are you in my building in the first place?
Oh, so from what I heard, I was looking for him, points to Chadwick, because it turns out the cops are saying he killed 4 cops.
And indeed,
a druggie.
it's coming up on the news as we speak.
I did not know that, and not sorry for what happened. Though.
What do you mean? What happened?
Did he not tell you? I was presuming he told you.
I've been given vague amounts of information about literally all of this, but nothing determinate. What are
I
you talking?
suggest we go somewhere private then.
This is my building. You are in a restricted floor. This is literally as private as you're going to get.
Oh, did we get to the floor?
You're in subsection B right now, child.
Get me to your office, dingus. I don't want to be around your guards.
My guards will be in my office, dingus.
No, you dingus.
I'm not gonna argue with you like some kind of petulant child. Tell me what you need.
I am a child.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Doesn't fucking matter. Tell me what you need to tell me.
I don't feel like telling you anymore.
I don't feel like telling my men not to apprehend you anymore. Shall we make a trade?
Pardon?
Okay, let me make this very clear. You're in my building.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You no longer have a reason for being here.
True.
I don't want you to be here unless you have something of value to me.
What about
You
my
are relatively
amazing
unarmed.
personality?
Pardon?
What about my amazing personality? Isn't that of value?
I love attempts at humor when they're humorous. But you're surrounded by 5 armed men, and you're trying to be what? Childish?
No, I'm just bored.
Wonderful. I can make you extremely bored by putting you in a cage and leaving you there.
Ugh, that sounds even more boring.
Then why don't you compensate and... No, not compensate. What is the word? Cooperate.
Yes, that is the word you're trying to look for, sir.
Sorry, I'm a little bit hammered.
Understand, Dad. Why?
Because I drank? What about it?
Nothing about it, I guess.
Come on, tell me what you need to tell me.
All I really came was to ask, if he actually did kill a bunch of cops. That's all I wanted to know. That's not me.
No, you were talking about something that I may not have been told. What is that?
You've been told.
That's it?
Yeah.
Get the fuck out!
Angel, why did you inadvertently set me up for murder, though, Angel? Why'd you kill that drug dealer?
Wait, they're the one that killed the drug dealer?
What?
I mean, I recognize that fucking sword.
Angel doesn't have his sword on him.
Oh. I recognized his sword from when I was in the murder basement with him.
Hmm? Yes, I am the one that murdered the drug dealer. Why? What's up?
Oh.
I had to shoot a police officer while fleeing. I was going to get arrested because of that. So I shot the... Never mind.
You're the one that shot the police officer. That was not on me. You were the one that decided to pull the trigger.
I have had one idiot too many this week. Stop that. Bad.
What? What?
Don't try and pawn off blame on others.
No, I'm being honest. I was not the one that pulled the trigger on the cop. I will admit that it was my fault
I'm aware I pulled the trigger. I'm aware I pulled the trigger. I feel guilt about that. All I'm saying is that, well, I'm not going to make threats.
Okay. At this point, I'm leaning up against the wall for support. So, explain what happened, Chadwick, with this new information. Vixen killed the drug dealer and then you had to shoot a cop?
The drug dealer was going to clean my clock, and
Whoa.
what?
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I misheard that. Continue.
So the drug dealer was about to clean my clock, and the next thing I know, there was just a sword sticking out of his chest.
You're welcome.
I
Okay.
had my clock cleaned, so...
Step 2. How does this correlate to the police gun thing?
The police car won't do for him.
I got hit by a car that had... I got hit by a police car shortly after. Well, not shortly after, an hour or two after. But in the back seat was 2 witnesses.
To the murder.
Who quickly identified me as the person who stabbed the drug dealer. And then I was in an on-foot pursuit where I was then tackled, and then I had to shoot him.
Okay.
You really didn't. You could have just punched him, pushed him off. There was much ethical reasons to do.
This really doesn't change anything for our situation, besides the fact that this reprobate decided to throw a sword through someone's chest out in the middle of the open.
I was hidden. They didn't even realize someone.
You were hidden, but obviously he fucking wasn't.
Maybe you guys should
laugh. What?
Maybe you guys should learn how to be hidden more often, then, huh?
And speaking of being hidden, standing there in front of you, suddenly at peace, he turns on his heel and walks back to his resting place.
Excuse me?
Faith. Hatzel. That
There we go.
is the definition of never has, never should happen. But it did.
That was quite odd. He has never done that. She's actually, I mean, if he's still walking, she's going to follow.
Yeah, Faith is following too, seeming to whisper some, a soft prayer. Not entirely sure if that's what she's supposed to do, since he might not be Christian, but probably fine.
As he walks, without fail, back to his resting place, folding his hands back over his being, all semblance of life fading away by the microsecond. Suddenly, he is once again the corpse on display.
She rests her hands on top of his and speaks to him in Arabic. What she says need not be known. Then she looks to Faith. Seems like there's something else I must investigate. As I've said, he has never done that. But I did feel the presence of something, and that something must have been the thing that roused Amid. She trails up.
No, go on.
Oh, go ahead.
Factually and accurately, in the moment, you all just found out about Osiris. You just found out that there's a cult of religious human potential zealots who know that kindred or beings that have once fallen into death are operating in the city. And suddenly, the mummy that has not moved in several hundred years decides to. Coincidence doesn't exist, but connections and patterns do. It doesn't take a rocket surgeon to add 1 + 1 to get 11.
Yeah, she knows. Right now, she But once the realization hits her, she just can't say anything. And she's thinking of 100 miles an hour trying to think of something or a way to fix this. This is getting out of hand.
Can you... I'm sorry. Can you explain to me what's going on? I thought you said he was supposed to be safe.
He was, but something stirred him. Dark storm is coming. And if we are unable to act, I'm afraid there's nothing that will stop it from crashing.
And what do we do? What's the next step? What am I supposed to do?
She looks at Faye. Little human, and I say this not to offend, what do you think you can do?
Opens her mouth to answer, and then closes it.
She caresses the side of Faye's face. It is admirable that you want to help, but I fear great harm will come to you if you attempt to do anything. Me, I will handle it to the best of my ability. Do not worry, Faye.
Keeps happening. It's not... I was going to a party and I saw a person get shot, and then I was being interrogated, and then the first got stabbed. Then I got... Well, I was talking to the officer, and then we went in the car, and then he was driving us off to the police precinct, I think, and then ran over Chadwick, and then Chadwick started running, and then the officer ran after him, and then Chadwick shot him, and then Chadwick came and ripped the freaking police car door off, and still with a gun, and told us to go help him, and we ran over there, and then he ran off, and I don't know if he's still alive. I don't know what's happening, and none of that I wasn't even here. I wasn't doing anything.
One moment. She thinks, unfortunately, this is what happens when humans get caught in our world. They see the thing that we see almost on a nightly basis. It can be jarring. My apologies for you getting involved in this. But what is done is done. The only thing important is to move forward and make. The Osirans are in town, which means not long, Second Inquisition will be here. There are already rumors that they are here and they are watching. If Second Inquisition get involved, it will mean trouble for all of my kind. They are hunters, human hunters. They've been hunting us for over a millennium.
What do you want me to do? Do you want me to go talk to them since I'm not a vampire? I mean, kindred? Do you... I don't...
No, that would be ill-advised. They are devout in their beliefs. So devout that killing one human wouldn't matter to them if they believe it would save 50,000. They would see you as nothing but collateral damage to get to them.
If they work with my dad, or at least used he used to be talking to them, then
It means your father will see us just as much as a threat as they do. Would your father understand the existence of kindred, the dead walking, feeding on the living? Would he understand that? Would he find pity in us? Or would he decide that we are all abominations of God, spawns of hell that need to be destroyed? I asked you one time before, what would you think would happen if humans found out about our existence? As a whole, what do you think they would do to us?
you don't know.
They would kill us, Faith. Indiscriminately.
People have said that about a lot of things, though. I don't know if that's true. There's a lot of good in people.
The Spanish Inquisition, the Salem witch trials. All false incidents, spurred on by delirium. And what happened to humans? They killed each other en masse. Neighbors blaming neighbors, lovers blaming each other. It was chaos, was it not? And time, humans have proven that they need a boogeyman, something to fear, to put all their woes and troubles. They would be just another thing. That once we are gone, they will go back to killing each other.
Doesn't seem to know quite what to say to it. It's a lot of new information, a lot of new perspective, and she's just trying really hard to like find a solution where everything will be okay, and you can kind of see very slowly that the realization is hitting her that it's not going to be. There is no easy solution, that people are gonna be the kind holy people that she wants them to be.
Then that's when she puts her hands on her shoulder. It is not trying to find a good outcome. It is about weathering the storm. And that is what we must and will do, Faith. If you wish, you can stay here. I will keep you safe. You may even stay in my haven, my personal area, if it makes you feel safe and secure. My only request is that you do not leave this store foolishly. Thank you. Is that acceptable?
I mean, thank you, but
Connor, what do you think about that deal? Having heard it.
Sorry, who did you ask about what?
Connor.
Oh, sorry.
Having heard that agreement, what do you think? Standing there watching Momo touch.
Exchange information.
Wait, is Connor there?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Wait, what?
He was walking towards Momo's, and as time has passed and he's arrived, walking in, seeing Momo offering solace to Faith and offering her a place to stay, what does Connor feel about that?
Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so what's going on?
Having walked into Hecate's, which was your goal, finding Momo, offering solace to Faith, offering them a place to stay, what do Connor feel about that?
I mean, I guess he's happy about it. Because, now, since he's barely figuring this out, seeing her with Hatsu, he's pretty much assuming that she's pretty much learned the ropes of kindred society, so he's kind of relieved, I guess.
So he's going to silently stand there like Drax, or is he going to?
I mean, I guess like they would. Doesn't the door have a bell so they would notice?
Yeah.
Lost in
Yeah,
conversation, having dealt with a mummy, a little tinkle wouldn't really pop into their head just yet.
Wait, is the mummy dead or?
No, he just went back to where he was resting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, he's just gonna. I don't know. He's just gonna wave. I guess he's gonna say, yeah, I heard that there was trouble here. Are you good?
I am fine, Anna. And why are you here?
Excuse me?
He asked, why are you here?
I got your text. I thought I should check on you guys.
If you read my text, you would have read I said I need no assistance. I'm merely being watched, not attacked.
Yeah, I know, but still wouldn't hurt to check.
Question, is Connor blushed?
No, wait. I can roll for blush.
Yeah, too late. You're not blushed.
Yeah, no, he's not blush right now, but I can roll for it.
Like it's going to do a lot of good now.
Oh, is that?
So she says, Connor, did I not tell you I'm being watched?
Yes, I heard you. But
do you know why I'm being watched?
Yes, I know the hang on, give me a second. In real life, actually, I have trouble remembering. Oh yeah, it's the second Inquisition, right? That's watching her. Oh
Yes.
yeah. Yes, I know you're being watched by the second Inquisition, but honestly, I have no. They don't really have any way of tracking me right now.
But they are watching and came into my store. They're watching for Kendrick.
You know what? Let's not worry about me right now.
Faith, as Connor is speaking kindly and politely, and keeping enough distance that you can't feel the cold northern air wafting off his skin, seeking to steal the warmth of everything in his environment, the one thing that keeps popping into Faith's mind, not the last time that she saw him in the alley where a human died, but the first time where he, and Marty were attacked by unknown assailants, where he stood in front of her as if he was made of steel, but responded as if he was made of steak, his wounds leaking very little, his fangs clearly visible, his strength clearly undeniable as she crashed down from him, tossing her aside as if she was nothing more than a dog's chew toy. That's the image of Connor she has, because his skin is sallow and pale. It is clearly, and even then, if she really thought about it, she really remembered, held the pall of death.
Oh, I was muted. Faith is shaking ever so slightly. She's trying very hard, very, very hard to not physically take a step back, to not put herself behind Hatsumomo or something else, as everything in her mind screams at her that this is a predator and she is the prey.
Is this visible?
I mean, he's at hunger too, so it's not really that bad for him.
Oh, sure. This has nothing to do with necessarily reality or how the characters are, right? This is based on the description that nobody gave and the flashes of memory that she's currently experiencing, in combination with the fact that she just had a not super great conversation and almost got attacked by a mummy. So
yeah, by the way, he wouldn't have brought his motorcycle, so they can't track his plates or whatever. As a matter of fact, just stay hidden, he would have definitely been wearing a hood with a scope. Disguises. Am I right?
No one is expecting Connor to have just stormed over announcing his presence. Of course, he is naturally subtle. He is naturally sulky. He naturally tends to be unnervingly silent, partially due to the fact that his touch, his presence, is jarring enough. He has grown accustomed over the years to people shying away from his touch if he remains too close too long. He's accustomed to the strange looks that he received when moving through clubs, especially packed ones where there's lots of accidental forced contact, where people accidentally touch the hand or maybe brush the cheek as they slide by, or put a hand on the shoulder as they ease closer to the bar. And in doing so are rewarded with a chill that leaves them questioning his existence. So he naturally tends to keep some distance. He naturally tends to move silently and as removed from the persons around him as possible. That is not what's in question. What's in question is the thing that Connor can't really quite fathom, having lived so long as he has without the warmth of human contact, without the warmth of human kindness. Hell, he barely receives kindness from other kindred. Their kindness coming at him having to be aware of the cold and chill about himself. Their kindness coming from his ability to put up and deal with pain in combat situations. He can't fathom, he can't see the fear for what it is. He can't understand why that fear is there. His voice is calm, dispassionate, cold and frosty. But he's not being visibly antagonistic. He's doing everything he can to be his normal, staid, stoic self. The fear that flashes across Faith's face is, unfortunately, what he's used to when people realize what he is. A creature of ice, made ambulatory. He doesn't think much of it.
Do we talk now?
Of course.
Okay, I was just waiting for somebody to say something. Yeah. Oh, it's on me right now? Do I say something or?
Are you alright?
Is she talking to him right now?
Oh.
No, she was asking Faith, was she alright?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I'm fine.
Are you sure? Would you like to go downstairs and sit in the library?
Kind of shakes her head, but she doesn't. Her eyes never really leave Connor. It seems to be her expression is one of confliction, where you can kind of see you know her well enough that you can see that she's scared, but you also have seen her look of curiosity before. That hunger that she sometimes gets when she gets to learn something new or something fascinating.
But she just hooks her arm and just pets her head. As I said, Connor, there's a cult, the Osiris in town. They seem to be in league with her father to some degree.
Would you have any clue as to why they're... Hang on. Okay, so she mentioned the Osiris. I'm really lost right here in real life, that's why. Could you repeat that, what you just said?
The Osiris are an old religious cult. They are in league somehow with Faith's father to some capacity.
Do you think they could possibly be related to the urn incident that we were investigating long ago?
Possibly. They could be investigating it just as I am.
Well, personally, my gut tells me that's no coincidence.
Well, one of their agents just came pay me a visit in the guise of
Okay.
surprisingly, she was helpful.
What else? Did she say anything that might give us any leads?
No, she maintained her guide. But I will speak with her again.
Okay, wait, did Faith leave the room or is she like
No,
upstairs?
she's with Hatsumomo. Hatsumomo got her arm sleeping hers, and she's patting her hand with the other one.
Alright, yeah, he's gonna assume that she knows pretty much everything at this point, so he's not really trying to hide it. Alright, who else is aware of this, Jesus Christ, of this cult?
Everyone I know, I informed them as soon as she left.
Okay, so you've informed the people that were previously working with on the investigation?
Yes.
Okay, well, I need to know, what do you plan on doing now? Because this could lead to a much bigger issue if it's left, untreated for now.
I'm aware of that. It appears I must do what I need to do my duty. If the cultists achieve their goal, no one will be able to stop them. My goal is to stop them before that happens. Whether it means my death or not, I must fulfill my duty. They are playing with the spirits of the dead, and I cannot allow that to happen. They plan on raising the dead, something I cannot allow to happen.
Very well then, where shall we start?
We must return to the scene of the murder of that drug dealer. I had a vision that led me there, dealing with the cult. It is unfortunate, but I will not act now. I'm still being watched, and I have another infection. I must get my bookstore up to court. I must also find out who is striking out against me, and use my financial resources to appease them. Once Hecate is safe, I will continue.
And speaking of continuing, as the calls are being ignored while you tend to the text that you've received, Tyler, there is something that pops into your head, something too paranoid to not be true, too paranoid for it to should be more than science fantasy. Would you be so kind as to roll your intelligence plus technology?
All of us?
Tyler.
Me too?
Tyler? Alright. Intelligence with technology, you say?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna search that.
Yes. Tempt the beast.
That is not a good dice pool. Jesus, alright. I'm a golden god tonight, what can I say?
Oh. Oh, bloody fucking hell. Can you believe this? The truth of the matter is...
Jinx that!
The truth of the matter is, as one of the many messengers that Aaron employs and has employed since you've known them, come bounding into your stairwell, completely out of sorts, because despite what many people believe, chipmunks don't really like being indoors. Yet he manages to rush you with this folded up piece of vellum that you know has come from a specific notebook that resides in a specific place in a home that you consider, for the most part, your own. Your home, your hearth, your true home, not just your haven, but the vellum stands out. You unfold and receive the message from Aaron. But most importantly, as you look at your phone, you realize that if Hecate was really under surveillance by modern law enforcement officers. The first thing that would be done would be the monitoring of phone calls into and out of that location, including text messages. It's like a network, each link leading them towards their goal. If they're being watched by modern law enforcement officers or organizations, they very much would use the RICO and the Patriot Acts to their favor to find the full network of criminal and accidentally criminal associates of that location. If the rumors are sound enough to have reached across the width and breadth of Kindred society, you look at your phone, you look at Aaron's message, and you look at the fact that you're standing outside your haven.
First thing first, though, is the 911 call still coming through?
Yep.
All right, I got to deal with this. Dollar is one of those moments where you realize how drunk you are, and you just try and straighten yourself up. He slaps himself a couple of times across the face, trying to, get some sense back. Now, if he's being tracked already, it's a bit too late for that. And he needs to make sure the 911 operator don't send the cops to his place. So he tries to calm down, and he answers the phone. Hello?
This is 911 officer, officer writing. Massive speaking.
I don't feel comfortable telling you my name.
Oh, that's fine. We just need to do a wellness check. Which apartment number are you in?
405.
Excellent. And your name?
I told you I'm not comfortable telling you my name.
No, completely understandable if you were a criminal. We're not seeking to prosecute you in any way. We just want to do a wellness check. We understand that you were recently the victim of a crime.
No, I saw a crime at the park, and
you left the scene.
I panicked. Yeah, I mean, I hung up the call by mistake, and I panicked. I've been watching all that BLM thing going on. I didn't want to get in trouble with the cops.
Oh, you're African American. About how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
The magic words, boy.
Sorry.
Excellent. And you're in apartment 405?
Yeah.
There is an officer within 2 minutes from your location. Would you be so kind as to step outside? A simple wave as they drive by will do. We just want to make sure that you're okay.
Sure, I'll do that.
And what name should they ask for?
Like I told you, I don't want to tell you my name.
Oh no, perfectly understandable. We wouldn't think of it in making you feel uncomfortable. And what color shirt are you wearing?
I changed to my PJ. I'm not wearing a shirt right now.
Okay, I completely understand. What color pajama bottoms are you wearing?
They're white.
Okay, white pajama bottoms. Black male, 5'10". Apartment 405, just in case they're not outside. And sir, there is a car within 45 seconds of where you are right now. Do you want to go ahead and head downstairs so they can see you?
Sure, I'll do that. Okay, can I hang up now?
No, sir. Please stay on the line. No, officer, I'm not hearing any movement. Sir, they're roughly 20 seconds from your location. Could you begin heading outside?
Sure, no problem. Out of character, just to be clear, Tyler's apartment is not 405.
Of course not. Yeah, no, I'm not hearing any movement. Sir, could you head outside to speak with the officers?
All right. No problem. I'll do that. Talk to you later.
No, sir. Stay on the line. We want to make sure that you are as safe as possible.
And then Tyler hangs up, gets the SIM card out of his phone, and breaks it. Yeah, he realized he just caused a lot of problem to somebody. But at least it should be off his scent. And if his phone's being tracked, well, there's no SIM card anymore, so there's nothing to track. That was the idea.
No, perfectly understandable. But here's the question. Replaying the conversation in his head, as he is wont to do, as we know that Tyler ruminates on things excessively. They never asked his address. They asked his apartment number.
Fuck, so they know the building. Well, that's not good. At least they don't know the address, though, but that probably should not stay in my haven anymore. Not risk it.
I even pinged you there, like, you never said you were in a building. How did they know your apartment?
Well, I didn't think about it, and Tyler's drunk, so...
It definitely makes sense with the drunk, but yeah, I kind of noticed that.
I'm drinking in real life, too, so, you know, we're probably at the same level there.
You are very in character right now, sir.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm prank calling the police.
I think we've all been burned in one night. Except
Aaron, who is entering like a bar fight. Just without a problem.
I have a way out of mine. I don't know about you guys.
Well, I know.
Aaron rarely uses her
I
phone
got big
anyway.
level discipline. I'm all good if you ask me.
I mean, Faith isn't in any more trouble than she already was. That's fine.
If I lose my Evan, it's not that bad since I have a backup, but still.
Yeah.
Is Morrigan still around? Like the crow?
Yeah, she was waiting with the message.
Alright.
Because you weren't seen, so she was just waiting around.
I'll turn on for a whisper. Oh, and I finally failed a rouse check.
Yeah.
Yes.
About time. All right. And I'm gonna ask Morrigan, crowing and cawing, going caw. Where is Aaron? He's not being mean or anything. He's not being threatening.
Yeah,
he actually likes Morrigan.
Yeah, no, Morrigan knows his style by now.
So yeah, he asked. How far
beyond
is
the
she?
message.
Yeah.
She says that Aaron has charged. How can I put this in like pro available words? She's basically gonna say that Aaron asked a favor for someone, and she's paying the favor right now in a bar.
Oh no, they're outside. The number of members, if they're all in one place, would be too large for being inside the clubhouse. So they're in the parking lot outside.
Yeah, I mean, she's like in a bar, right? Like generally, she just said like she's going to a bar to pay off a debt for information.
Well, I asked Morgan if she knows which bar.
Yeah, because she can, especially Aaron's always know how to find Aaron, so she can take him there.
How far is that though? Nobody, because Tyler is drunk and he
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, driving while drunk is probably a bad idea right now. You know, if he gets arrested or anything like that.
It's an absolutely horrible idea, but for speed to get there quickly, driving is the only option he really has available. As dumb of an idea as it is, it makes perfect sense considering that there are, from where he's standing on his, what floor is his haven on?
A second floor.
Oh. So standing outside of his door, weaving and sobering up by the seconds, calling to a crow, he hears his downstairs door open. He hears the mobile that the officers wear, their what most people call their walkie-talkies. It's actually just a mobile radio. It's not the same as a walkie-talkie, and it's issuing from their speaker near their ear. There is clearly at least two of them because the feedback, the sound of their booted foot upon the tile floor entering into it sounds like stormtroopers. It sounds like the Gestapo are kicking down the door. It feels like this is the moment to decide in or out, because they're here and they have every intention of moving through the building to find who they're looking for. And Tyler's drunk outside his haven door.
So they're actually at my door?
They're downstairs. They just entered.
They entered the building, basically.
Well, I have no reason to believe that they wouldn't be going to 405, which is on the 4th floor.
I mean, they have to pass you.
Yep.
Well, that's what I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wait to see if they pass me. And if they do, then I'll go out and avoid them.
Do you enter your haven? You stopped at the door to make the call and began receiving text.
Okay, I'm not inside yet. Am I still on scene? Because I don't know if talking on the phone would have broken that.
Normally it wouldn't have, but between the phone and Morgan, yes, it would.
All right, fair. I guess I'll go and scene again then. Let's see. Where's the dice channel? Hey, I'm back.
So the moment
So yeah, he just goes unseen and he's gonna wait for them to pass him.
They meet the landing, and their mobiles are annoying, and it pisses you off more than anything else in the world in this moment. Because as you're passing them, well, they're passing you, you realize that both have their hands on their guns. One has a gun out of the holster. They're both moving through the hall as if they watch one too many cop shows. They're slowly, stealthily, leg behind leg, making their way towards the 4th floor.
You should have told him you were black, dude.
It is no secret what happens next. It's tragedy for someone. And Tyler's having a hard time being as drunk as he is to realize whether 405 was actually rented out or not. And unfortunately, he's not sure. Which means if no one is there, they kick open the door and check the place, and that may be all. But if someone is there, and at this hour of the evening, probably sleeping, how do you respond when you're awakened by surprise during daylight hours?
God damn it. This is a problem.
Is there any assistant Morgan can do? Either finding another exit or for him or...
Oh, Tyler can get away easily right now. It's
Yeah.
just that whether I'm okay with letting them
Yeah.
do whatever they do to
Whatever they
whoever's in
do.
4 or 5, yeah. Not to mention that Tyler just gave a number like that. I mean,
Yeah.
not to be racist or anything, but sure as hell hope they're white in 405.
Yeah.
But the idea of actually jumping 2 cops, I mean, I'm pretty sure that out of a skate like that, I could take them out, but that's just a bad idea. You know, while it really sucks and he's not happy about it, he's got to commit to the plan. He was trying to get them on somebody else so they wouldn't leave, so they'd leave him alone. He has to go. So that's what he'll do. He'll just leave.
Leaving the building, moving as slowly as necessary to maintain his obvious gait, Tyler heads off, his footfall silent, Morgan flying away, keeping loose watch on him but heading towards Aaron. As he gets downstairs and he's making his way across the street to find a vehicle to use, because speed is of the essence. While standing outside, looking at the vehicles, because he doesn't want to take his own just on the off chance, Nothing to connect back to him and his haven or anyone else. He's cycling through the vehicles looking which one is American, late 80s, early 90s, something easy that you can get inside without hopefully an alarm going off. He hears 6 shots coming from his building. The windows light up as if there's a strobe light.
Oh shit!
He finds a Chevrolet Chevette, slides behind the wheel, driving away. You hear the sounds of sirens in the distance.
Yeah, that's harsh.
Oh god! Poor Tyler!
I'm not following what just happened.
Tyler got somebody killed.
Oh,
Yeah!
classic Tyler.
Essentially. Yeah, classic Tyler.
Oh
You say
Classic
somebody.
god!
It could have been several somebodies.
Yeah.
Who knew? Maybe there were children in that car.
It wasn't in a car, it was in an apartment.
Oh, wait, yeah, he's
Yeah.
getting off in a car, right?
Yeah, he's fucking off in a vehicle.
Oh, alright.
Yeah, but he
Must be
gave
drunk Tyler.
a different. He gave a different number apartment, and they went there and just killed whoever was.
Oh my god.
Oh
Well, it's
god!
just Saturday for you, am I right, guys?
That's how mafia works, what can I say?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. God, poor
I
Tyler.
guess.
He tells
Mason-
himself that if he had
Mason-
actually given his own address, he would have had to kill those cops, I guess. Not much of a
I
consolation.
mean, if it is cops, they just came in and killed.
Well, let
It's
the
not
super
exactly
rat die.
cop behavior.
So does that mean that Mason loses his title as being the mean one?
I'm a good guy. What are you guys talking about? I'm a good guy.
I know, you are now. Tyler isn't.
Tyler's very
God.
good.
He's pretty broken up about this, actually, but I
Yeah.
mean, what can he do if he goes back in there and kick their ass? That this was for nothing, and it's
Embrace them all.
yeah.
Make them an Nosferatu family.
Hate
That's,
fuck all of
Yeah.
the police.
that's even worse.
So
Oh boy.
it is 38 after the hour. We have lived in these kindred's lives for a little over 4 hours. It is a tale of many half losses, but the most important loss of the evening begins with a punch thrown in haste. The size up was all wrong. Aaron is no wilting, small, dainty, wilting flower. Aaron is the pirate queen of Boise. Aaron is the oldest kindred that 90% of the kindred in Boise will ever have the opportunity of meeting. Aaron is, at the end of the day, the spirit of wild, abandoned, reckless freedom. She has suffered for, through, and because of that call to freedom. She has paid her way in blood, usually others, friends, family members,
Yup, especially those.
loved ones. And here is a man who has lost the bulk of his prestige, his public life in shambles, his private life even more chaotic. It is clear by the fact that he is pledging and he's becoming a probie for a known criminal organization, that his life is not on any track that will end outside of the jail or the grave.
Yup.
So as a shot comes in, would you be so kind as to go ahead and roll? What are you going to do? Are you going to punch? Are you going to kick? Are you going to duck, dodge, dip?
He's
Five.
coming to punch me.
Yes.
I have fast. So I will try if I can to dodge, grab his wrist, and punch up on the joint of his break his arm.
Okay. Would you be so kind as to go ahead and roll strength plus brawl -1?
Okay. Strength response. No difficulty?
As high as you would like to get. Aim high.
Okay. I will roll willpower for that. Yes.
There you go. That's beautiful.
Nice. Ooh.
Erin slips the punch, sliding under the grip, returning one of her own, and he is far stronger than he should be. This man is accustomed to being beaten. His arm somehow maintains and retains its form. The bones don't give underneath Erin's grip, and that's even more troubling. A person who is accustomed to pain, who is accustomed to dealing it out, and doesn't care which side of the equation he's on, is always the most difficult opponent to face, unless, of course, it is all about killing. And those instincts rear back into Erin's foremost thoughts as her hands instinctively reach towards the knives on her vest underneath her jacket. But this is not about death. This is not about killing. This is about knocking him out. And you guys exchange blows with such sufficient force that the crowd goes, ooh! But you're both on your feet. An impossibility. Though,
Go ahead.
Go on.
No, go ahead.
He dances back out of close, easy range for Erin. Unfortunately, his height grants him a few inches of striking distance, which is not all that kind. And he uses it to his benefit, stepping in with what looks like a gut shot. What are you going to do?
I will, again, properly reflexes try to dodge. Dodge out of the way. Let me see. I will try to... We got the punch as well. Why not?
All right. Let the fracas continue. The wild rumpus is upon us.
4 successes. I'll save my willpower for now. Damn. Nice. I want to hit it.
What is Erin's strength?
3.
Ooh.
And I have 4 in brawl.
Very, very nice.
Hee
4, now there's 2. You hit him with enough force that you could easily break things. The problem with hardened combatants is the fact they don't know when to give. And as your punch lands, glancing off of his rib, causing that little floating piece of bone to dance around far more than it is accustomed to. He'd need to be taped up after this, but he's still on his feet. He's been hit harder by more people, and he's still coming. There's a moment in the exchange where Erin realizes there's something there behind the eyes. Some pain, some tragedy that he's attempting to live down by violence.
Yeah. Well, she's old enough to keep herself composed to a fight, especially if she's actively not planning on killing him. She's gonna just keep her emotions back. She does need to pay back the favor to get information, so I will try to clock him on the head. Okay, my difficulty is his successes, right?
Yes.
Okay. Failure. Roll again. Yes, but it's tied, so.
You all dip, duck, dance, and dodge again, slipping past each other's
Yeah.
defenses and exchange blows that causes the crowd to wince again with the amount of force behind them. Both of you stagger away, him bleeding slightly more, but that's the problem. He's bleeding. What is Aaron's hunger?
2.
Oh, the temptation of the blood is still there. But with her experience and years under her belt, it is something that is contained.
Yeah, she's used to it.
Though barely. Unfortunately, unlike alcoholism, addiction to blood doesn't give you the ability to develop a tolerance. The beast is ever hungry, and it rises to every occasion to slip free of its bonds. And as the blood trickles down, and he staggers away, shaking it off, flinging more droplets of blood into the air and charges. What does Aaron do?
I will once again duck away, and I will blood surge on my strength, and once again try to get him in the head to knock him out. Ugh! Thunder tree. But I have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh no, 3. Oh, sorry. Forgot the V. I will willpower that to get. Yes! 6 successes.
Wow. Aaron was
Really
determined. And finally, with 3 is. Excuse me.
No worries. Are you okay?
As he charges, he does the unfortunate ingrained response of a tackle from a footballer. He drops his head so that he hits with extra force. Unfortunately, in doing so, he presents a prime target to Aaron, who slips just under his grasp. Sadly for Aaron, she is not a footballer. Slipping beneath puts her dead smack center, and as she punches through his head with every intention of causing his brain to grievously and violently rattle around his skull, he crashes down atop her, his sweaty, dirt-soaked blood form, soaking her in his scent and his unconscious state.
Yikes. Is he alive?
He's breathing. He's hurt.
Okay.
But he's breathing.
I'll push him off and get off to Amir and ice and go. So, happy now?
The crowd goes wild. Amir is very happy with his 1200, though you wouldn't be able to quite grasp how happy he is because he slinks his arm around you. So we gotta go now. We have to go now. They don't like losing. Come on. We can't be at the sign of a murder. Come on. Let's get out of here.
He's not dead.
Oh no, you didn't murder him. They are. You don't get it. When you play the game of outlaws, you either get into the gang or you don't go anywhere else. Let's get the fuck out of here just in case somebody asks. Come on, let's go. Come on.
I am following him as long as he gives me my prize. Okay.
He heads out completely across the parking lot, completely out of the lot. He heads to a Suzuki Sidekick, opens the door, and gets in. It is a turquoise, blue, and purple with a white canvas top, off-market Jeep-style vehicle designed for people who weigh roughly half what they should. Come on. We'll come back for your bike later. They respect bikes. We won't have a problem with that. But here's your cut.
Okay.
And he pulls off $200 and hands it to you.
Fine. I'm not here for the money though. I'm here for the information.
Oh yeah, the information. Don't worry about it. I got you. We're gonna the funeral home that I was telling you about, and he points back behind you guys, directly across the parking lot. That's the spot where most of everything goes down. That's their new headquarters temporarily, I suppose. I didn't know they had so many. There was an alliance of funeral directors that they're part of. Goes back to something called, I don't know, the Dunsern Bank of Scotland.
Interesting. Would you know their names by any chance?
The Twizzy brothers?
Oh, I meant the alliance. But anyway.
No, it's director of funeral directors.
Okay. As long as you tell me all about those, I am cool. Let's just go anywhere.
Well, it's not much to tell. And boys, everybody does their own damn thing. Just stay out of everybody's way. They unfortunately don't stay out of anybody's way. You hear that their place over out near Nampa, the building exploded or fell in or whatever it was?
I guess so. I don't really know much about it, but I would really want to know how I could find them.
Oh, it's easy. Right there. You want to be there this Friday. There's something going on. They're going to give us give these guys a job. Hopefully they forget about you kicking their ass and making them lose a probie, but, who cares? Money's money. And as long as it spins, I'm okay with doing a little bending. So, fair trade ain't never theft, but, and I hate to ask, but I'm getting really low. You mind a drop or two?
Fine. So long as we stay in business and loyal business, that's fine.
Oh, come on, Red. I ain't never done nothing wrong to you, ever. I got your back.
Better safe than sorry, lad.
Yeah.
Don't take it wrong way.
Yeah,
do I do one rouse check? Or...
You don't have to do a rouse check for a ghoul. All it takes is a few drops. Though, if you would like to give him a full rouse check, that is entirely up to you.
I'll give him a full rouse check if it assures him some loyalty.
Oh, okay, excellent. So he pulls over to the side of the road.
Oh, I failed, so I'm under 100. Is bad, but anyway.
Oh, it definitely is, because as he clamps his hand, his mouth over your wrist. Tyler, you come to a stop in front of the ugliest Suzuki sidekick that you've ever seen. Morgan lands on the roof.
Oh, I wouldn't let him bite, but I would slice the wrist and let him drink out of it, but I wouldn't let him bite or kiss my wrist.
Oh, no, he's not biting.
That is not how Aaron would do.
Ghouls don't have
But
teeth.
anyway.
And the only way for your wound to heal without damage is for you to bite, so you can lick it closed.
Yeah. Yeah, so I would buy my wrist and put it either whatever he carries blood or drinks out of. But anyway, yes, continue.
Tyler, you come to a stop in front of the ugliest Suzuki you've ever seen. Inside is Tyler, some gentleman you've met in passing, knowing he's part of her intelligence network, her allies, her resources.
So I'm at the bar, I guess? Or...
Oh no, you're outside the bar. You were easing down, but
the bar.
You know Morgan anywhere. And Morgan landing on the roof of the Suzuki is definitely the sign that you're there.
I figure that Erin can't be that hard to find. She has a distinctive look.
Plus, Morgan is with you.
Yeah.
You know where Erin is and take you to her. If she's in the car, Morgan would guide you to the car. At least, if I understand Famulus correct.
Tyler's a bit disturbed about the whole getting people killed thing. Not what he wanted. He just wanted He just wanted to shake the eye / the cup off of him. So he's gonna put up actually fuck that. He's gonna go mask. There's too many people here. It's a bar and everything. His mask is not that. His disguise is not that great, honestly. So he's gonna mask up. Mask. Let's go. Drinky, stay with me. No. I'm still batting above average tonight, though. Honestly.
Yes. With you approaching the Suzuki, with Erin giving her ally a drought of blood, with Momo and Faith dealing with the fact that there are so many things afoot, and Connor standing there before them in Hecate's unblushed. There is some reality that has not been addressed. Hecate's front is all glass. Hecate's is in fact under watch, just the same way that most of the kindred throughout the city, in public, in open places, are.
Mm-hmm.
Mason stands watching, allowing Angel to depart, with Chadwick near at hand. Several truths of the past few days, this last week, settling into uncomfortable places. The life of kindred, for the most part, centers in and around boredom, centers in and around controlling the monsters that they are to keep the bloodletting as small as possible, to keep the pain they wreak on the world around them as small as possible. Not out of any decency of their heart, but if everyone knows that the beasts are amongst them, they will respond with all due wariness. And in this day and age of technological superiority being held in one's pocket, it is impossible to escape surveillance. It is impossible to go without being noticed. It is impossible for the neighbors to not constantly remind themselves, oh no, he's one of the good ones, he's the quiet one. Wouldn't hurt a fly. And on that note, as Tyler and Aaron join in company, and Faith and Momo and Connor decide what their next steps are, and Mason decides how much the intelligence, how much the power he now has is of any use, we draw to a close of our episode of Boise by Night here on Idaho by Night. And I'd like to thank you guys for a lovely session. Good night, everybody.
It was really fun.
Vampire drugs are the best tool.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Always do the drugs the ST